Welcome to California, CATL. It's your boy Chili Bowl. That's cool people, where cool people at? So cool, yeah. And where my ladies? Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce with me. Come on and bounce. And all my fellas, what up fellas? Y'all just chill. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. I'm so C-double-O, light up your L. This beat is so swell like the homie Rozelle. But no, this ain't no beatbox, we call it street rock. They say the homie Chill Will got the heat locked. Young Cali, come clap for daddy, so savage. You can ask the family, yeah, I'm young, rich, and dangerous. Interest rates fluctuate with my paper chase. Who the boss? I'm the boss, I'll be late today. I'ma drink, and get drunk today. Cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, cool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh, you know I'm grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. Bouncing in my peanut butter beans, cooling through the cone zone, blowing in the wind. Roll around town, sitting on chromosomes. Rocks like ice cream, we just call them cold stones. I'm so grimy and I stay fresh. The chicks call me Chill, got it tatted on my chest. Stunner so sick, I can see through the mist. And I'm cool with the bullets, so who wanna trip? Yeah, it's Chill Weezy, hip hop squeegee. I make it look easy, A, B, C, D. Cause I'm cool in my polo, cool in the Lolo, cool with the fofo, cool with the. You know I'm so fresh, know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. Now get it rockin', and get it rockin'. Leave it to Mr. Peanut Butter to get it poppin'. Now get it rockin', now get it rockin'. Leave it to Mr. Peanut Butter poppin'. Fist of Patron, carry it past my nose. Shake it fast, drop it slow. Get you snapping that neck. Yeah, I can make you famous. The king of the West, from CA to GA. So chillin', so fresh. The police right behind me. They wanna catch me slipping, but I's just chillin'. I ain't too cool for prison. Yeah, and keep it rockin'. Yeah, and keep it poppin'. You know I'm so fresh. Know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so fresh. You know I'm so grimy. Always stay chillin' with the cops right behind me. You know I'm so cool. You know I'm so cool.
What up, y'all? How's it going? Weird. It's like the angle's funny. Got a lot to do today. Got a lot of things to go over. Starting with some Mike Red Bar.
Yay. Red Bar.
It's Christmas time. I brought some cookies.
Oh.
My mom made some fucking cookies. You want Jamie? I don't know. You guys want to try a cookie? You want to try from my girl Lil V, my mom?
Yeah, but let's not. I mean, I'll try it if you want me to.
Oh, that's
I don't like to eat on the air.
That's
Oh, cranky eye Papa, back in action. I'll try it if you want me to. I don't like to eat on the air. Interesting. Okay, but I thought you were carnivore. Maybe that's why you shouldn't be trying it. That's what I mean. You can't be carnivore and try everyone's cookies and pasta every day. Trying is, in fact, eating. Did you know that? Oh, I've been so good on my diet. I've only eaten fish this week, but I tried steak, I tried macaroni and cheese, I tried fries, I tried ketchup, I tried burgers. So he will try it, but let's see what happens next. He's being rude. When somebody offers you food, you say yes.
That's fine. That's
It's
fair.
gross for
You're
everybody
a
else.
much better
I'll definitely try
podcaster
it.
than me.
I've done it before. People get annoyed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. But
Yeah,
I definitely
yeah.
want to try your mom's
Yeah,
cookies.
yeah.
If you want, you can try some of Erica's bee pollen.
Oh,
Fuck
that's...
yeah, dude.
Yeah, she left us.
Instead of a cookie, have some bee pollen. You know, thing that comes out of a bug. Yum, yum. Juice. That's disgusting, by the way.
He's the host of Fear Factor.
I make sure all my honey is UV light defective, which kills all the properties of honey that saved me.
Did you see the thing about how the Bored Ape guys went blind?
Yeah,
from
they instead of
UV?
black lights, the Bored Ape put on a event. Instead of black lights, they used tanning bed UV fluorescent tubes,
and
everyone at the event got sunburn and sun poisoning.
and they all got welder's eye.
Welded eye.
Look up an article. It's
Look it up.
hilarious.
Okay, so Joe denies eating. Stavros sits in shame. Let's see.
Does some bee pollen with honey in it.
I love
From
it.
her.
So Joe says, no, I don't eat on the show. And I'm really hard and fast on that rule, so much so that I'll be rude. You know, it's not just I don't eat on the show.
And
it's
I
that,
respect that, and I'm sure that he wouldn't break it for anyone. That's
yeah,
admirable.
Well, that is good because I really can't stand when people eat on the air. So why are we showing you this? Well, let's find out. Does Joe act the same way when his buddy Big Elon is in the room? Did you see this Elon Musk episode with Joe? This was pitiful. I mean, Elon, again, just like I said, Gary V's playing Mr. Beast, Mark Cuban's playing Logan. Joe is being played like the tinker toy he is. Elon Musk is running a train on this Rogan. I mean, really. To the point where this really shows how stupid Joe is to get played by Elon. Elon is not your friend. He's nobody's friend. You don't make $200 billion by being anyone's friend. You could only make $200 billion if you're pure evil. Remember PayPal? What does PayPal need fees for? Does my email need fees to exchange hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of emails? Well, why does PayPal need fees? Why do credit cards need fees? This transaction fee, we used to pay it because we lived in an analog world, so a lot of work went into the processing and stuff. The processing is automated now, like email, or like a website, or like a Google search. It doesn't need to, there doesn't need to be a fee on every transaction. It's the biggest scam in the world. So that's how Elon made all his money, scamming. And whenever I see somebody who's made that much money, I go, oh, so you must have been ripping off a lot of people to get that much money. It's the only way to do it is to rip people off, meaning, so you made $200 million, that means you were charging the people too much then, if you have that much left over. You know? Okay, let's see. Here he is.
Magic health shield.
Wait.
I mean, there are
And Elon-
times where, you know, masks are warranted, like if a surgeon...
Elon was acting wacky. Here, I'm pulling him over. He's coming down. This was a strange episode, but this isn't really about Elon. It's about Joe. And it's about how Joe rolls over for Uncle Elon.
I don't even think I got to the end, but to me, the biggest Elon crime was when Joe was like, what is the deal? What is your plans to make charging better for Teslas? And Elon was
This
like,
was despicable.
there's no problem with charging. The charging is fine.
He's a walking, talking salesman. That's all. Anything that comes out of his mouth is through the filter of a sales deal or an ad. This is what Joe doesn't get. And Joe caught with his own eyes. If it was any other guest, Joe would call them out. Joe wouldn't believe the bullshit. I caught Elon lying 3 times on this show. Joe's like, so do you have any plans to like improve the battery life of Teslas so that the the battery lasts for more miles? And he's like, charging is not an issue. Battery life is not an issue. It's perfectly fine. And Joe's like, well, like with a gas car, you could like drive far and, you got to pull over to all these charging stations to do a road trip. It's kind of, a pain in the ass. And Elon goes, well, think about it like this. You need to stop and get food anyway, right? So charge while you get food and gas, and then you're up and running. And Joe's like, how long does it take to charge? He's like, 30, 40 minutes. Okay, a 40-minute stop on the road trip. And he insisted that the battery life isn't going to get any better and that it's good enough and that's all people need. I don't like when a $200 billion man tells me that's all we need and that we're good. I don't like that. That ain't innovation. What is he up to? So we caught him lying there. That was a sneaky, sneaky thing. But here's what's way worse. This is terrible.
I put in the time code for him shooting in the truck. I know.
Yeah, I don't think we need this. Everyone
saw that.
Everyone saw it. We're going to go to 122.15.
Check out some amazing shops by Xander and the BBG where Joe's really small, shooting the car.
It never gets old watching Joe be small. It never gets old seeing him be short. It never gets old seeing him.
A picture of Joe being short, I'll go, and pass the phone over to Mike so he can see every time to this day.
Every time gives me a smile. Joe, millions of Americans wake up smiling looking at pictures of you photoshopped shorter than you are.
Okay, first you should go to 3940 for just like 1 second. That's a precursor to this world-shattering event.
3940. This is taxing. This is taxing. Okay, here we go. 3932. And Joe dressed up as the meme picture of him. Wasn't his idea, though.
Really?
Wasn't his idea.
Whose
no
idea
way.
do you think it was?
A man much smarter than Joe's.
Hey, wait, can we order some right now? Is that feasible?
I bet we could.
Okay, let's try it.
Wait. Can we order some what? Well, anchovy and pineapple pizza. Joe brought up this idea a little bit earlier. Joe brought up this conversation where he says he was eating so many sardines at one point that he went to the doctor and they found all this mercury in his blood and that it was getting to dangerous levels. He said he would sit on the couch and get high and eat can after can of sardines. It's too many sardines. So he brings up sardines and then Elon goes, ooh, sardines. Oh, pretty good. And then they start talking about pineapple and sardine pizza or anchovies. And Elon brings up that he wants to order a pizza. Let's hear this.
That'd be sick.
Yeah.
I thought we don't eat on the air, though.
We'll have someone out there.
Have Jeff order a very large pizza with double pineapple, double anchovies.
Great. Fantastic. I'm hungry.
Fucking go.
Listen.
Yes,
Let's fucking go.
Okay, unlocked. New Elon laugh unlocked.
This part is so crazy.
All of a sudden, Elon does a maniacal laugh. Did you notice this during this episode? He's laughing up a storm. Listen to this laugh. He's got this excitement. He's out of his shell, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
Go.
No time like the present. Enjoy life.
Well, there's got to be a good spot around here. Tell them to find a good spot and tell them it's for us. They'll cook it up. If they won't,
Don't jizz on the pizza. All
tell
right.
them we'll mention their name.
Listen to him.
Tell them we'll mention.
Look at the guy laugh. He's never laughed before. Even Grimes was shocked.
By the way, little memes that he posts, he just goes, He's never let out this much of a screech before.
I mean, aren't you guys nervous? This guy impregnated Grimes 100 times. I mean, this is bizarre. This is twisted. He's got, how many kids does he have? He has like 21 different kids. That's scary. Okay, so he's laughing. We should be nervous about the new laugh.
11.
Let's listen to, what's that?
11 kids.
He has 11 kids. That's Nick Cannon. And what do we think of Nick Cannon? He's bizarre, right? Very bizarre. Nothing.
Don't speak about my relationship.
Nothing
and
okay.
Don't talk about my family.
There's nothing okay about more than 2 kids. Nothing at all. Really.
Don't mention their name on the podcast.
Don't tell them
watch
it's
it.
us.
Yeah. Tell them it's us. Fuck it. If they're gonna close, tell them we'll mention their name.
What is this? What is this salty sauce that's so mysterious?
No, right? Don't.
So, around about the possibility if the pizza place finds out that this pie that they're making is for Rogan and Elon. Elon's convinced they're going to jizz in it. Because they're of the left, right? All those left-wing pizza makers.
And this idea is absolutely sending him off his chair and into the sky.
He's dying laughing, and he can't stop thinking about if there was jizz on the... He's maniacally laughing like a person from the end of time.
Right, don't tell them it's us. Good call. Yeah, don't tell them it's us.
Look at this.
Make sure you don't buy it from any liberals.
What is this salty, tangy substance?
Don't buy
we
it from
got
East
it.
Austin. Don't buy it from anyone who still wears a mask.
Oh,
There's a lot of them out there. They're still masked up.
hell yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, once in a while I see someone paranoid. I'm like,
On the street.
yeah.
Remember, Elon didn't believe in COVID because he had a factory to run and cars to sell. Every COVID guy that's like obsessed with the COVID stuff and being so mad at it had money that got fucked up during COVID. Big money. They don't sell Tesla cars when there's lockdowns. They don't sell comedy tickets when there's lockdowns. So Elon will find a way to make sure those masks are baloney if it means getting that factory back up and running. You know, he claims that nobody out of all of his factories got COVID. That's what he's saying. He said this. No, he said nobody died at his factories from COVID. All the people. We looked this up. 3,000 people died. No, we're just kidding.
So they order the pizza.
They order the
But
pizza.
they're obviously saving it for after the show because Joe doesn't eat on air.
Okay, what time do I go to now? It's like
22:50.
22:15. This, guys, you're never going to be more mad than you are when you see what I'm going to show you here. 122 what?
15
Okay, give me a sec.
or whatever. It can be 1:22 early hours.
Here we go.
Don't. Isn't that bizarre? It's one of the weird things about people is that unless the threat is in front of us, it's abstract. Unless it's like real. Is the pizza here?
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
So all of a sudden, Joe Rogan's very excited to eat pizza on a show where he said multiple times he doesn't like eating. It's too rude. And he didn't bring that up to Elon at all. He just said yes instantly. You know, when Elon asks Joe something, he'll do whatever it takes. He wants to be part of that money.
Here.
Yeah. I
Fuck
mean,
civilization.
no, actually, one of my sons who
Wait,
is texting, he has these profound observations. You know, and he asked me, what was LA like 4,000 years ago? I'm like, it wasn't around. And he said, what will it be like in 4,000 years from now? Probably buried under rubble, I guess.
Probably very similar to what it was like 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Except less radioactive.
And he asked me, did they speak English 4,000 years ago? I'm like, nope.
Here we
It's like,
go.
will they speak English 4,000 years from now? Probably not.
I should point out.
Okay, here comes the pizza. Look at this.
Really?
Paper plates.
No.
What is that, a medium?
Why not?
Because it's not really good for you.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to accuse pizza of being like
Okay,
a...
Joe rips. He, you know, and this is the interesting part. I think we're going to find out today the real reason Joe doesn't like to eat on air. Okay, stay with me here because Joe's got a bigger problem than the sound of the chew in the microphone. You'll see what I mean coming up. He
This thing in
rips,
the world.
dives
This
for
looks
the
awesome.
box. He can't wait to get in. They open the pizza. Disgusting, revolting pie.
Get in there, sir.
Might as well be a white pie.
All right, sick.
Let's go.
This is awesome.
This is awesome.
And what's the name of this pizza place
Living
again?
Land.
Pizza Leone.
Okay.
Pizza Leone. Yep. Shout out to Pizza
Elon's already shoved it down his mouth. Here goes Joe.
Leone. Oh yeah.
That really hit the spot.
That's
So
legit.
not only are they chewing into the mic, but they're chewing anchovy and pineapple cheese pizza. So you're mixing fish with cheese. Imagine there's a dead fish on top of some cheese with some tomatoes. Disgusting already. They're chewing right into the mic, making some of the most revolting sounds you've ever heard. But keep an eye on the way Joe eats. This is a huge problem for me. I mean, I don't think I've been this mad screaming at a screen. Now, this is going to go on long. Watch Joe as he eats. Watch his mannerisms. Watch his behavior change. Watch his aggression. It's very Klein-like. It's very Ethan Klein-like. And what about your diet? You know, there were no... You said yes to that pizza so quick. And then watch the way he eats. This is a problem.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm no Dave Portnoy. I'm not like
It gets worse.
a pizza
Look
analyst.
at
He'll
that.
probably.
So I've noticed
I'm
something.
not gonna rate it. It's excellent.
Ooh, is Elon
Okay.
like purposely?
So-
I feel like Joe's kind of trying here.
Trying
Because do
what?
you hear the deep like digestion motion?
Yes, so
I
here's
think
the
that's
thing.
Elon is causing a scene.
They're both
autistic
causing a
scene
scene.
with
Here,
his shoes.
look. I don't want to rewind because it could take
I
me
know.
back too
Okay,
far.
okay.
So
Continues.
Joe eats with his mouth open. He chews gum with his mouth open, and he eats with his mouth open. So, yes, the relationship with him and his dad must have been pretty bad. If you had a dad, he taught you to chew with your mouth closed. Ethan Klein does not chew with his mouth closed. Joe chews with his mouth open. I mean, anytime I did this as a kid, I was scolded. I was screamed at. Mouth closed, mouth
Did
closed.
you get elbows off the table?
No, that wasn't a rule in our household.
Wow.
No. And I didn't
Low
follow it. This would be
class.
me at a restaurant every time. No. The elbows are fine. Joe eats with his mouth open, but it gets worse. Just stare at Joe.
This Portnoy really gets into pizza.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Watch
Ever
this.
seen Portnoy's videos where he analyzes pizza? Oh my god, it's like a whole method. He's got
Okay.
a number system.
Okay.
All right.
He's into
What
the
kind of way to
crust and
respond to someone
flop
is that?
and all-
Oh, good. What kind of way is that? Have you seen Portney? He reviews pizza? All right. Okay. People respond wrong a lot lately. There's a lot of people. You know what? I do this many times. So many people, you'll tell them something, and they go, that's fair. That's fair. Yes, it is. What's with the, you're responding wrong. Okay. That's a disrespectful, rude way to respond. Okay, keep an eye on Joe. Watch it.
all these different things. And,
Wow.
Yeah.
Everybody knows.
Oh, look at him go. Can we see that? We're not blocked by anything. Keep your eyes
what
on
is
that
this?
mouth.
Everybody knows the rules. One bite.
You only get one bite of a pizza?
No.
Stuffing his mouth.
Yeah, he
Okay.
bites into it and they
You know,
just,
when they stuff food in their mouth, they're chewing, and before they've swallowed, they're stuffing more food in their mouths while talking. What you're going to see here is Joe de-evolve and really show his true self as a very low-rent person. Watch this. This gives a... You're a low-level person that doesn't really have manners. You don't really have any regard for how society acts. Watch his mouth.
nod his head. He's basically like a sommelier of pizza.
Pizza Somalia, okay.
Yeah.
And is there like, what's his favorite pizza joint?
Oh, the favorite one. That's the everyone wants to know that.
It's always cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We spend so much time on pizza.
And it's New Haven. New Haven.
He hasn't
Connecticut.
taken a break here.
Yeah.
He's grabbing another
For
piece.
some reason, the Italians New
Sorry.
Haven, Connecticut.
He won't swallow. He won't do this. You know, if I have food in my mouth, like a waitress comes by, I eat the food. How's the food? Get the fuck out of here. I can't talk with food in my mouth. You wait till you swallow. And if you can't do both, then you need to side with the side of not eating the food, right? So maybe taste one of the slices, put it down, and move on. But no, watch this.
Who really figured pizza out. Like, they have insane pizza in New Haven, Connecticut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, really, like, legendary. I've had it.
Look at him.
There was a comedy club I used to work at.
This
there
is a
called the Joker's
low-rank
Wild.
guy.
And I had New Haven pizza.
Even Elon knows you
Even
keep
back
the
then.
mouth closed.
It's just whew, really good pizza.
Well,
He's going to turn into
don't know
a
why.
ghoulie. Watch this. Oh, look at them eat. Right into that mic. They can't even do this. Eat over here. They do it right in it. Knowing. We just heard Joe. We know he knows.
It seems like something that could be replicated.
yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not like rocket ship.
Listen to this asshole. He goes, Connecticut's known for the best pizza. It seems like something that can be replicated. It's not rocket. Okay, that's really nice to the pizza guys over there.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh,
The
this
thing is-
drove me nuts.
The people that are making pizza are not like the people that are making rocket ships. If they were,
What an asshole
would
thing to
replicate.
say,
Yeah.
Mr.
they would
Money.
go, what are these guys doing? Let's back engineer it.
Sure.
Can't be that hard.
It can't be
No.
that hard.
All these secret sauces and shit. Well, what the fuck? What's in there?
Asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, that's what I mean.
Gross
2
scumbag.
billionaires talking about how it's easy to do anyone's job.
The
The blue
pinnacle of
collar
trash
pizza
can.
man. Anyone could do that job. Why don't we steal their recipe? What's so special about them?
And he probably will.
Elon probably is
Thanks
thinking
for
about
giving
that.
him
now.
that
Yeah.
idea.
Pretty all right.
Look at this.
The combination.
Watch his mouth. He starts
Pineapple
getting
and
more
anchovy.
aggressive and more
Surprisingly good,
violent
right?
as this
Yeah.
goes on.
I
I'm
wonder
now,
if this is the first pineapple anchovy pizza they ever made there.
I'm going to spark one up during this.
On our menu very.
Nobody's ordering that shit.
You guys want to spark during
I
this?
used to
We're
order
watching
it
this whole
when I
thing
would
front
order
to
for
back.
Delivery, they'd go, "Are you sure?"
Keep watching.
I'm like, don't you think I know what I'm doing?
Extended segment.
with extra arsenic.
This is good.
Look at it.
Millions.
This
of
is why
know
he
why I
won't
don't
eat on
eat
air.
this.
Look at it.
I cannot stop.
You know, this reminds me when he was chewing gum on Kill Tony. Every time he's on Kill Tony, he's chomping on gum with his mouth open, like a papa asshole. This bothers me. This is a secret side to him that he should have kept secret. I mean, really, there's more to this. He's really looking like a Boston asshole, huh? Like a Boston papa. This really papa-izes him. Keep your eye on that mouse.
That's the problem.
We're smoking
Pizza's too
too.
delicious.
Oh, so good. High calorie, high carbohydrate foods. Once they start going,
Slice.
Possible that you hear
Oh, he's
it go
losing
down
his
his
mind,
throat
so I
and
guess
into his
normally he's low
stomach.
carb.
Like you
Because he's
can
got a
literally
live
track
mic right here. I mean,
every move.
Usually Joe's low carb. He's, one of these ketards. So you watch him lose his mind eating carbs right here because his body wants carbs. His body doesn't want all the other shit he eats, but his body wants carbs. And you see him
yes, you'd be like, if I put
From
this
the
he can't
mic.
even control himself on the mic. Professional when he knows not to eat into the mic. He can't control himself because there's carbs, and he eats like 10 pieces of pizza.
And started eating. You'd hear that.
But you can hear it go.
Yup. That's how mannerless these two are. Watch.
Cops of the devil.
all right. Remember, they used to be the base of the food chain.
Yeah.
The whole pyramid, the full pyramid, the bottom of the food pyramid was
The food
carbs.
pyramid. What would the Egyptians say?
Yeah, it's, we're out of our fucking mind. What are you eating?
He hasn't swallowed once during this whole thing.
Exactly. His stuff
He's
is
grabbing
just-
another piece.
That's the bizarre
Look at
thing
this.
about
It's like 4th of July.
Piece
in your
number
mouth.
4.
like how many human beings eat just processed food? Like the majority.
You
of the
know
diet is
what? I
processed
don't-
And then he's going to sit there and bitch about processed food while he eats processed pizzas. Go on.
You know what I don't like
Sounds
is
familiar.
someone's eating a pizza. You see people do this often.
Yeah.
When you get a box of pizza, you take your piece, right? But before you take it, you look at the box and consider the best piece to take next
Sure.
for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some guys who they're eating a pizza and they'll take any piece
Any
as
piece.
their next piece.
They don't
even
care.
Check what.
That's how you know someone's sick. Good
like
call,
you're
Jules.
looking at it and
When
you
I look at a
consider the
pizza,
crust,
Say
how
a
many
pizza's got
pepperonis.
say a pizza's got 8 slices. There are only about 4 that are up to my standard on that pie.
Exactly.
These guys who are animals, yes, you're right, Jules. They'll take any without even looking at it. There's no exam. There's not going, is this the perfect piece for me? Because they're going to eat the whole box. That's
There's
why.
4 ideal pieces, and you obviously, when you're ordering a pizza, you want to have
Oh, yes.
the ideal pieces first, and then the other pieces.
Yes. Okay, we're continuing this. Remember, we got to get through this whole thing, Jules. So,
Like the entire center of the
must
supermarket
we?
is shit you really probably shouldn't eat, except every now and then.
Oh my god!
look at that. He shoved almost. He
Dude,
deep
with
throated the
headphones
pot.
on, this is like I'm almost.
Yeah. I've got $1,400 in-ear monitors in. I could hear every little piece of the audio.
Like I
Pieces
feel
that
like
were.
I'm
Thank God it's on
swallowing.
Spotify, and we've crushed this down to an MP3. If we heard the wave audio, the uncompressed, lossless audio of this, I mean, we would be dead. Keep watching.
It's good, Jamie. You want one? You seem offended.
No, it's two of my not like favorite. I
He
don't
won't.
like
And
it,
look at this.
honestly.
Look at this junky Boston-y face he's got going on. It's a different guy. It was like when he was chewing gum. It's a different guy. It's his secret side. It's the real Joe.
Have you tried it?
It's not my.
I feel like you should try it.
I understand.
more
I feel like I
puff?
This
should
show's all
too.
about trying it. We shot an
know.
arrow at a car.
I'm just not gonna like it, and I don't want to offend Pizza
look at
Leo. I
that.
like that place.
This is Klein.
I wouldn't be offended.
No different than Papa Klein.
All right.
It's hard to miss
Look at
some
him.
pizza, frankly.
Gee,
Unlike the
evolving.
creeps who used to run Twitter, I don't care if someone has a different opinion.
I just don't like fish, to be dead honest with you. Like I've
Really?
tried it many times.
Remember when you deleted 190 episodes because Joey Diaz confessed to sexual assaults and you said the N-word? It's a reminder. He'll delete anything that Spotify asks. Now, if you go over to X, are you going to release all the deleted episodes where you say the N-word? Why couldn't you pay the money to have them just edit out the N-word and then repost the episode? You would rather throw away somebody's whole life. Like, you had a lot of guests on. This was a big deal for them to be on your show, like Doug Benson. He gets to be on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan blows up. Everyone's going through the back catalog. Maybe they'll see Doug. Maybe they'll like Doug. Nope. Doug's episode was deleted because Joe said, Nagata!
But you want to know the best part about that is Joe List's episodes all got deleted.
Oh, yeah?
And nobody knows why.
Ooh, yeah, there was no N-word in those. Well, a lot of episodes were just deleted because there were little stories that Joe told. It wasn't all N-word. He wants to hide behind it was all N-word now. It's actually convenient for him. The N-word thing was almost a conspiracy to cover up for the real stuff he was deleting, which were all of his friends talking about all their little sexual assaults. Joe saying some real fun, and this was good stuff. I mean, I like that Planet of the Apes bit. That was funny. Black people looking like Planet of the
Part of
Apes.
history.
To me, Planet of the Apes should be removed from the fucking shelves. They are openly mocking black people under the guise of nerd comedy. No. Is that a comedy? Planet of the Apes?
Oh boy. So we got a lot of, as we're seeing here, Rogan being, a faker and gross. We have a lot of people in the natural law community that are using animism. The first time I saw the word animism on one of these guys' channel, I looked at Ellie and I was like, that's what they're using to excuse their carnism. These people that aren't going all the way. So we've been doing a bunch of research this week, and let me pull. So we're trying to figure out what animism is, right? So we got this one here, the biggest fraud in Instagram. Is it? Yeah, there we go. So I had this video pop up in my feed. So we're gonna see what Will Keller says about animism and anarchy and what he's teaching. Because I think there's something up with this animism, because there's just natural law. And yeah, you could say anarchy too, but anarchy is the natural state of nature and natural law. So it's kind of the same thing. So, like, I call myself a natural anarchist just to get, a conversation going, really. But it's really just natural law or anarchy. And so when I see someone attaching another word, it looking like a faction.
Another ism, specifically, I would say.
Yeah. So whenever there's factions, it's just a dilution of the original message. Someone's adding something on there, like all these anarcho factions are all fake. They're all BS. They're all fake. They're all, perversions of anarchy. But I'm going to allow this sort of immoral behavior. Which is what the position vegetarians are taking. And so I saw this animism. Animism kept popping up. And so I wanted to figure out, what is it? So where's Braxton?
Hey guys.
Is he there? No. Okay. So anyway, here's we got one video.
And anarchy are synonymous, both inherent natural states of being. They are based in objective truth, personal responsibility, accountability, decentralized anti-system, and both are highly criticized in the modern world. Animism is a mindset of sovereignty, engagement, action, and evolution under natural law. Anarchy is the state of freedom, whereby humanity is moral in action under natural law. Now, the operating system, the worldview of animism, can absolutely be utilized. Animism is also the default state. It is inherent. It sees everything as consciousness and life force energy. It is based in the natural, in objective truth. It is very much about sovereignty because it's all about your personal evolution, your personal relationship with natural law, nature, and our fellow beings. Anarchy, which the definition of anarchy is without rulers, with masters, and without archon, ruler. What is the state of, or the absence of rulers? No masters, no slaves. It is the state of freedom.
I'm helping him out
animism
here
and anarchy, that natural law must be understood and acted in harmony with.
Okay, John Bob, do you get what he's saying yet? Because I don't.
You're muted.
You're muted, Bob.
Sorry.
There you are.
I was just, my wife was trying to join us, so I was just messaging her. She can't figure out how to log in because she doesn't have Chrome. So.
I can't what this guy's saying, but we'll watch a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out.
Work. It's all about seek truth and speak truth.
Okay.
Animism is the great work, which is the internal process of working with consciousness and natural law for self-discovery and self-mastery, seeking the mystery of oneself in nature. Truth, seeking esoteric, the mystery, the my story of one's.
Is he saying he's for eating animals?
No, he hasn't said anything yet about animals. No, he's saying.
Anarchism.
I'm trying to. This is a video. He's trying to introduce this idea of animism, and I'm trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out what it is, but he's just kind of saying fancy sentences over and over again, and nothing. They're not really coherent. The stuff about anarchy obviously is, but it's just like a bunch of fancy words. I don't know. We'll keep watching.
Self, because it is about you and what you condone, and your actions will either advance the slavery or move towards freedom.
Okay.
We need to seek the mystery of nature. This is an ongoing process. Constantly develop a deeper understanding of natural law principles. Apply them to your life instead of just knowing a textbook definition.
What's the? it sounds like he's just describing natural law when he's describing animism. And like, I don't understand why he's adding another word to it, you know, like
To make himself sound special or cool, or make himself
well,
think
that's
he
what I'm
came up
thinking.
with
Like
something
they're
great.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like a new thing that these guys are trying to like get popular talking about online, because there's all these, you know, these YouTubers that do these panel shows and stuff, and they're like trying to get famous for having a certain take on something, you know? I don't understand why you'd like learn about natural law and then try and change it. But I know this guy uses, I mean, I know some people use this excuse for carnism. So I'm trying to see if there's any, you know, I'm trying to see what this dude's talking about.
Relate to them. See it in operation, in communication, in the world. The one great work is service to truth by acting in the external world to influence change towards symbiosis and freedom. Understanding the universal life.
It's like he makes videos looking for clips. I think he's like trying to make a lot of clips, which is like, you know, a tactic to get your YouTube bigger. But you have to like, your content can't be like empty because you're trying to look for clips. I don't know.
Life force. All. The great work is the internal process, and the one great work is the external process of using your voice. It's an oral tradition, using the voice, lip to ear, communicating to the general public about freedom, what it is, how to achieve it, natural law, morality.
I'll be
objective
right
morality.
back. Give me 2 minutes, okay?
Okay.
I'm
The
just
great
gonna
work
find your
comes first.
YouTube.
You have to be in
share
alignment.
the link with my wife.
You
real
have to
quick.
rid yourself of these artificial worldviews, accurate perception of what is going on in the world and how reality operates. And then
If I'm understanding correctly, we're getting proof of life of John Bob's wife.
That rhymed.
Proof of life of John Bob's wife.
activate and do the one great work. The hierarchy of service on the right. At the bottom, you have service to self, most prevalent in society. Moving up, service to others. And at the top, service to truth, which is least prevalent in society. In serving the truth, you serve both the self and others, because truth is only ever of benefit to all. Objective truth, the truth, that we are in a condition of human slavery. How did we get there, and how do we get out? So, we can do that. Earth and heart. And I underlined art. So the question, how do we influence the unconscious masses to look within for change? We create art. Change must occur in the mind, and we can spark that change through the heart via inspiration, by utilizing your own talents and attributes to express the message of true freedom in a multitude of art forms. This requires being literate in the modern day and being connected to yourself. Just as nature expresses beauty in unlimited forms, you can create change with your will. So we need to understand that you can't force someone to change. You can't force someone to do that internal work. So how do we influence? We create art. This is the human being is separate from animal, plant, and mineral. We have the ability, the capacity for logic and reason, and to create art. Art influences the heart. So we need to understand that. How do we do that effectively in today's age, in the modern world? We need to understand technology. And Animist is not against technology. It depends. We understand that it is a tool, and it matters on how you use that tool. Are you using it to create symbiosis or parasitic control and slavery? Are you immoral? So to communicate effectively, we need to understand the tech, and this is understanding how to make presentations, write a book, music, and get it out to thousands and thousands of people.
What's animism, though?
I
You
think
cannot
he's just
solve
a
any
tool.
problem from the same level of consciousness that created the problem.
Okay.
Higher consciousness is the solution. So,
It's like a bunch of sentences that aren't like they don't. It's like it's just a bunch of fancy sounding sentences that don't go anywhere. Like this is supposed to be about animism and anarchy, And
No, this
he's
is
just kind
circle
of saying
talk.
these like, yeah.
Awareness
That's the
reveals
term for
choice,
it, right?
meaning
What's that called?
Isn't that circle talk? Isn't that the term for it when you talk in circles
Yeah.
and make?
And it never goes anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. There's another minute left of this video. Maybe he'll pull it together.
as you increase your pattern recognition, you will have a greater scope, an accurate worldview, and you will be in frequency with truth, that which is, and this will reveal choices. Because the correct worldview is understanding free will and natural law. And in this introductory presentation, where I introduced animism, this has a great advantage for personal development, building that personal relationship with nature, and activating. This is what this presentation was hoping for. Higher consciousness is the solution, because we are in a war for our souls. And we must...
This sounds like AI. Like
Oh,
he
you think
typed,
he's fake?
oh, write something about natural law into an AI, and it just wrote a bunch of gobbledygook, and he just went with it, like just so he has original content or something. But it's not going anywhere.
Activate. So revolt against the modern world.
You know,
turn away from immoral actions.
Nice.
Deny the artificial worldviews that are being bombarded in every category, especially to our children, and return to nature. Return to that which is principles.
What? Principles?
That was weak.
Well, that sounds great on the surface, but it's like I wish you would kind of dive into some of the things he was talking about.
Like, what's animism?
I still don't feel like I understand animism. I mean, I feel like that's the trouble we were having
the other
earlier.
day.
Yeah.
No, the ending sounded amazing.
Yeah, looked amazing,
But-
sounded amazing. All the kit, none of the shit.
Yeah.
True
I mean,
things were
if he
said.
would have
I
been.
mean,
True things were said,
Sorry.
but I didn't learn anything. You know. So here's another
Yeah,
one.
he didn't go into
Pick
detail. He
another
was
one of their
talking.
videos. Yeah, this one's a little longer. We'll see. But it seemed like that last one, he went over like 3 different subjects and didn't really didn't say anything about them. But these are things we need to do, you know, like, okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to
Oh, boy.
Natural Freedom League.
Mr. Peanut
You
Butter,
can
the
find
real
us
Mr.
always
Peanut
at
Butter down here.
naturalfreedomleague.com. And I am John Rowland, here once again with
You can imagine I was surprised to hear that Will Keller's Mr. Peanut Butter and not Rogan Hart over here.
my producer and co-host, Chill Will Keller. What's up, Will?
What's up, my brother?
Chill Will.
We're back in the saddle,
Shout out to
man.
Chill Will
Good
for
to
our
do,
intro
an
music.
episode, first one of the year.
Yeah, I gotta get comfortable again, you know.
We be the.
Yeah. I know, I was bumping to it. It's gonna make it a lot easier coming back. Our good friend and our special guest, Logan Hart. How you doing, Logan?
I'm fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on.
Welcome, brother. Welcome.
Yeah, this is episode 76, and we're kind of officially calling this season 3. We started in 2020, and 75 episodes under our belt, and looking forward to getting back to talking to people, as well as Will and I just kind of brainstorming and, you know, going down rabbit holes and trying to understand what all this craziness is about in this beautiful world. First off, I'd like to catch up with Logan and kind of have you tell us what's new with the Wizard Factory. We've seen you doing really good work. I told you that I just watched your episode with Thomas Sheridan. I thought it was excellent. And so why don't you tell us what you have going on with the...
Yes, Will Keller's Mr. Peanut Butter. I thought this other guy down here was Mr. Peanut Butter. The guy with the dirty... Oh, alley. Look at his carpet.
it looks a little
Little stained. Mr. Peanut Butter. Mr. Peanut Butter Part 2. That's pretty gross. Bro, if you're known... never mind. Jeez, dirty stain. Poop stain floor. Gross.
Wizard Factory.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It feels good to be doing content again. Those who know, I took a bit of a hiatus over a year, actually, after the ex-business partner and co-founder left. I took my time and decided to continue on as a solo project. So that's been, I don't know, about 6 months or more. It's been a good little bit, and I'm feeling like I got some good momentum. Really happy with content, covering a lot of diverse topics as we do. And yeah, that one with Sheridan was definitely a really good one too.
Yeah, this year I feel like I'm drawn to the idea of magic and just using, building up my energy and my power and manifesting. And so I've been reading, starting this year off, reading a lot of books about magic. So I wanted to hear your point of view on it, and it was an excellent perspective and another good place to jump off if you want to get into the topic. So anybody out there listening, definitely recommend checking out that episode and then also checking out the rest of Logan's work. Will, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today?
Excellent. Yeah, this topic is very dear to my heart. The title is called Animism. And this is a vast topic. We can do episodes, tons of episodes on this topic. I think it's really important, excuse me, that people have a general understanding of what animism is.
Okay.
There's a lot
Tell
of
us what it is.
disinfo. There's a lot of incorrect perceptions on what animism is. So we're going to kind of break the foundation and dive into what is it? What does it mean? How can it be useful in today's world? And I'm really excited. Logan has, several episodes actually on this topic that I highly recommend people go back through past episodes and check out. So I guess we should jump it off with definitions. Logan, do you want to define the word animism?
Sure. So obviously it comes from anima, which is, I believe it's Greek or Latin. I'm not sure which. But essentially, there's kind of multiple meanings to it. It means, like life force energy. It also means breath as well, which I find very interesting. Your spirituality is connected to your respiration, your breath. That is your life forces. The ins and outs, the cyclic flow. Essentially, like when you draw your last breath, that is the kind of iconic end of your existence, your incarnation. So I think that's a really beautiful kind of dual meaning, because it really takes things way past the materialistic perspective and looking into even breath itself. Is it just air going in and out? That's such a simplistic, perspective. It's so much more than that. To be a living, breathing being that is animated with that energy, there you get that word. And so it's really a fairly simple concept to understand, but it's so central. It affects everything. And so it's become very central and fundamental to my spiritual perspective, and I know you as well, Will, and John. You've been telling me how you're newer to it, but you're really intrigued by it, and you're really trying to dive into that. So that's good stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I was telling Will when I saw his presentation. It's one of those things where I know the term, I've heard the term, and I have the same perspective as both of you guys on it. It's just I don't necessarily use that term for it. But when I saw Will's presentation for the was Funnel 2?
Funnel 2.
Or you end up doing it at the you had the technical difficulty, so you did it
Correct.
at the Dissolving the Illusions, but
Shattering the Illusion conference.
Shattering the Illusions, that's right. Yeah, I've been working on this idea of the natural universal spirit. That natural law is the way that the world functions. It's sort of describing the way that this thing functions, but the natural universal spirit, I'm basically making it into an entity. I'm looking at it as this is this living entity that we are a part of, and it's running through everything. And it's the breath. I mean, it's so basic that you breathe it in, it gives you life, but yet we detach from it and we think of it as this material perspective. So I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but Will, why don't you get into your definition?
No, Logan did it. And I find it interesting when I talk to people about animism, a lot of people actually can relate to it. I have that same worldview, and they can relate to some of the aspects. So I think we're going to find that tonight with some of the viewers.
That's a sales pitch, right? That's
Dude,
what
they just
salesmen and marketers use. No, the whole when I talk about this, they think it's great. That's like first thing to in like sales class to like convince people that there's a crowd that wants your product. So I don't like who are you talking to about animism? Because so far none of you have been able to describe what it is in any way yet. So we're still waiting.
And ultimately, it's not only a way of life, it's also a worldview. It's a perception. It's how you view the world. It's understanding the natural as well. I do agree that it's synonymous.
Bro looked like a transitioning werewolf that's like stuck in between the two.
With paganism, I personally like the term animism because it's very descriptive, and paganism comes with sometimes some cultural religion baggage, and even the definition of pagan is just country dweller, which is someone that's just outside of the Abrahamic religions. This is not something that animists or pagans called themselves. It was a label that was given to them. Important to understand. So this worldview, in my opinion, if we look at just religion, the definition of religion, you have two contexts. You have
Devin, what is this guy trying to say?
Not much. Too many words and
it's all word salad.
Not enough substance.
It's either I find a video of him that just is nothing, or it's him describing his own hypocrisy. It's like the few he gets really right are things about what he's doing wrong, what he's saying everyone else. This guy thinks he's absolved himself of, all responsibility for any sentient being harm. So it's really weird, but I don't understand, like, this animism. And, from what I've heard is that these guys are using this animism to justify carnism, or they're just simply diluting natural law. Like, why are you changing? Like, why are you adding something to it? Really new age, really.
Yeah, it sounds like
Ali
new age
has some ideas
bullshit.
about. Yeah. I don't know. We'll give him a little bit more time. But, I mean, he just asked, they just both described animism. They said they described they didn't say anything but word salad. Nothing led anywhere, anything. Just a bunch of mystic BS.
Which means to bind and to hold back, to thwart from forward progress. But there's also a connotation of religion, which means to tie together, to reunite. Animism is that reconnection, that tying together. Why? And some people might, okay, so now you have a new outlook that is the correct one. Yeah, but animism is based in the natural world. It's based in truth. It's seeking the truth discovery and understanding oneself and the natural world, the forces of the natural world, which correlate to the psyche, to psychology. So it's very much different. They're opposite polarities. There's a reason when you dive into history why pagans and animists were killed, why genocide and murder happened in all cultures around the world. And that's because to sever this understanding, this knowledge, this gnosis of the natural world, to take take control in a sense.
What is this guy talking about? That was
So-
his
Yeah,
definition of animism?
yeah, I definitely have some things that I can comment there. So you were talking about the Rick.
This John guy just asked him specifically for the definition of animism, and he didn't do any defining in that entire statement. I'm confused.
Connection, that aspect of religion that is to bind. You know, that's the negative, and then to reconnect. And you have to look at the trajectory where we're at, humanity in this modern age. You know, in a world gone wrong, you have to take some steps backwards sometimes to get back to the correct path and get reconnected to nature.
Can't
Because
see
if you're
anything.
disconnected from nature, you are disconnected from your evolution, from your spirituality. I mean, you cannot have those things and be disconnected from nature. And so to me, really what it comes down to is it's the most simple and pure perspective. Move all of the dogma and the indoctrination of religion and culture and all of that. Animism is just such a pure and simple, direct, viewpoint on. I was going through my content notes from a while back, and I just happened to see this today, and I thought it was fitting that animism is the only religion that isn't one. Because there's no belief required, there's no doctrine, it's based purely on observation. This is where all true religions actually came from. They didn't come from a book, they didn't come from a priest, they came from observing nature, seeing, wait a minute, there's patterns that emerge when you're really paying attention from your higher awareness. You could see the connectedness of all things. And animism truly is just the recognition of that oneness, that all energy is but borrowed from the all. Like we borrow it through our physical vessels for a short time while we're here, and then we're recycled. And so it's like, what are you going to do with that? How are you going to use that gift?
Man, well said, dude. Absolutely.
Well said.
It's very much proactive.
I mean, that was a little
engagement.
better.
That's why I was saying it's a lifestyle as well. And
But what's the ism about it?
Ism.
How much time did it take for you to find this stupid of material? Fucking is all of his content this fucking drab and go nowhere, or did you really have to search for this?
I was talking to Allie about it, and it's almost so he's a rapper, right? We just watched his
Mr. Peanut
video,
Butter.
he's a rapper, yeah. And so these dudes learn to write in a certain way. And so he's having to write in a different way than he's normally written in his head, rapping. So it's it comes out, there's no story. I mean, and he's a crunk rapper. So he's woke rapper who going really deep and, telling a story or anything. He's just talking about getting crunk with his friends and whatever. So it's all cool statements. He just wants to hear a bunch of cool statements, but they're not leading to anything. And then, I don't know, Logan's a little bit better, but I don't know. It's just, I'm not learning anything. So, I don't know. We'll give him a couple more minutes.
I really love what you said about observation, because what's more foundational, if we think about our ancestors, right? There's no TV, there's no social media. They observed and they interacted with the natural world. And in my opinion, our ancestors in the distant past very much further along in the evolution process in consciousness than we are now. I think we're moving backwards for sure, or in that downward spiral of involution, devolve. So it's really fascinating. And that's why it's twofold for me. It's a way of being and a worldview. Connecting those dots, having the pattern recognition of the world and and the self, that it's one and the same, that, you know, ultimately nature, we are not separate, we are a part of nature, it's one
Okay.
big system.
Okay.
And
All right,
looking
so we're
at
getting into Hermeticism.
the world from levels of consciousness and energy gives you profound insight.
I'd like to read the definition from Wikipedia. Wikipedia is sort of the zeitgeist of the, you know, the mainstream thought.
I don't know. I can't. So I found another video. So I go look up another video on animism, right? So this video comes up. And get ready for this one, boys.
Let's hear it.
In terms of animism, hello, my dear friends. How are you? I'm Arith Härger. Today, I'm going to talk about cannibalism in animism. Now, I know that the subject of cannibalism may be quite harsh in many conversations. It is, after all, a taboo in many societies.
So to preface this, we've been researching it, looking at these animism. We're like, this sounds like vegan stuff, you know? And natural law, it just seems like natural law, anarchy, vegan stuff. So we're like, why are these guys, these two carnists, pushing this? And so I find this video.
When we think about cannibalism,
this
we often
straight
immediately
beast.
create a certain idea of a human being eating another human being, or at the very least, a species eating the flesh of another of the same species. Indeed, an attitude forbidden in most societies and goes against many moral principles, laws that secure such moral principles, social behavior, and a general understanding of specific that allows the human being to live and coexist within society with other human beings. In general, cannibalism can...
Sorry. I'll turn this down.
There you go. Oh.
So is this a completely made up word and everybody's just trying to sound cool?
No, not necessarily. It's just I think these guys are trying to make like their whole like primal, like not primal, but what's it called? Ancient no. They're like trying to be like, oh, like my ancestral, it's some ancestral stuff. Is this really not playing?
Yes.
Hello, my dear friends. How are you? I'm Arith Härger, and today I'm going to talk about cannibalism in animism. Now, I know that the subject of cannibalism may be quite harsh in many conversations. It is, after all, a taboo in many societies. When we think about cannibalism, we often immediately create a certain idea of a human being eating another human being, or at the very least, a species eating the flesh of another of the same species. Indeed, this is an attitude forbidden in most societies throughout human history and goes against many moral principles, laws that secure such moral principles, social behavior, and a general understanding of specific ethics that allows the human being to live and coexist within society with other human beings. In general, cannibalism can be easily avoided, as we can see by our societies, as almost no human being is eating another human being, aside from rare specific cases, or, historically speaking, in times of great. However, the subject of cannibalism isn't that easy to deal with when it comes to animism either, and indeed hard to avoid on a daily basis. Dealing with cannibalism within an animistic society, an animistic consciousness and worldview, in many cases we are face to face with many paradoxes. In animistic societies, just like in any other society, cannibalism, more often than not, it is also forbidden. So there are specific taboos, moral principles, social conducts, etc. to avoid cannibalism. The problem is the fact that within animism, many things of the natural world not only are understood to be alive, but are also considered persons. As I pointed out on previous videos concerning animism, there's a strong belief.
So from what I understand,
going with this.
animism. Yeah, so animism is that everything has, or what the guys that we just watched, from what we've seen of their videos, they're trying to say, I mean, it's everything has a certain energy to it. Rocks are just as important as animals, and mountains are more important than animals because they, or something like there's some sort of, like, everything has the same amount of sentience, is they're kind of trying to say, in order to kind of use this as an excuse to be a carnist and to, basically deal immoral behavior, continue to, but kind of still sound cool, like they're into natural law. Oh, what up, Hard Hat? Hard Hat's in the house.
Yo.
Oh, good job, Hard Hat. Now you got to stop eating meat. So how do I get out of this? I hate when it does this. How do I get out of this? Why does it keep doing that? Okay, so back to this. So yeah, allegedly in animism, any object can have as much important as anything else. Is that what we were trying to? That's what we were learning from those guys. But then this is a little different.
And indeed, one foundations of animism is the belief that that which is alive is considered a person. The world is absolutely populated with persons, and they're not human persons. For today's video, we are going to deal with the persons that have a coexistence, live within the world, therefore are alive, have consciousness, have spirit, and are sentient beings. So if we consider animals to be persons, if we eat them, we are eating persons. Therefore, within animism, this is also considered cannibalism. Cannibalism in animism is extended into other realities, and it becomes quite hard to avoid it.
Let's listen to what he just said there. Let's go back a click or two. Can I go back a click on? Yeah, okay. So
he's making the case that animals are also persons, and it counts as cannibalism.
He's not even making a case. He's defining animism. So if animism says that anything that's alive is a person, then where are these guys getting off that this is some sort of excuse for carnism? Which is what it looks like, which I'm just assuming, since they're trying to dilute natural law in some way. So
they have a personality.
They can't live up to it.
Are sentient beings. So if we consider animals to be persons, if we eat them, we are eating persons. Therefore, within animism, this is also considered cannibalism.
If they
Cannibalism
believe
in animism is extended into other realities, and it becomes quite hard to avoid it, precisely because of the consumption of animal persons.
If they call themselves animists and eat animals which are alive, that's cannibalism. That was my first thought when I heard this stuff, was like, this is vegan stuff. If everything has the same sentience, then eating animals is the worst thing you can do. It's back to my karmic inventory argument. It's the same, like these guys trying to do like the plant sentience argument. It's not an argument, because you as a meat eater consume both plants and animals. So your karmic inventory is higher by far. So to use it as an excuse or something against veganism is...
Which are not human persons, but are persons nonetheless. So the problem with cannibalism is augmented in an animistic society, because by consuming animals, we consume persons. And therefore, not only we are cannibals by doing so, but we are also consuming the spirit of another. And all of that is wrong in many ways than what can be immediately perceived if we are not used to an animistic mentality and how such a mentality observes the world and life in it. I understand that many of you may have an immediate stereotypical thought about tribal societies running around, hunting animals, killing animals for consumption, and indeed a great emphasis on a life that revolves around hunting and the consumption of animals. I think we ought to dismiss as reliable sources of information and not general about tribal and animistic societies the movies we often see either primitive aspects of human prehistory, most especially how movies portray indigenous peoples of both the past and the present, which more often than not are portrayed with such a savagery that they are almost beasts incapable of a coherent and rational thought. So portrayed quite in the stereotypical manner and in a very derogatory sense, right? So we best forget what movies, TV series, and even fictional books have been demonstrating concerning indigenous societies, which in truth is more on the non-indigenous and non-animistic perspective rather than a thorough work of investigation towards the core of animistic societies. That doesn't mean that hunting, domesticating or semi-domesticating animals for consumption isn't real within animistic and indigenous societies. It happens. Of course it happens. However, most animistic indigenous societies that eat animals as their main diet is because they have no other choice due to the natural environment they live in, and nothing can be grown in it, natural fauna. Also, some animals are seen as powerful spirits or containing a specific power or specific spirit power the animistic society sometimes needs to propitiate something beneficial within the society itself. And by the instructions of a spiritual leader, let's call it a shaman, just...
Hey Devin.
Yeah.
Do you notice a difference in the quality of content between the two videos we've just watched?
I'm actually learning what animism is from this guy. I wouldn't say it's a positive thing. I would say it's kind of, I mean, he's talking a lot about a primitive society, so it's not exactly a direction we're trying to go.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he is explaining that, yeah, I mean, these people have excuses, I guess, for eating animals that these other people can't quite use.
Well, you brought up a good point, because animism is a massive appeal to tradition. So, you know, right off the bat, it invalidates itself right there. And it's new age BS. So why are these guys talking about this stuff on the One Great Work Network? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like moral relativist stuff, like, oh, nothing matters, everything's sentient the same way, so nothing matters, therefore I can just be, and it's all here for me, you know.
Yeah.
But this guy has a completely different story.
Just as a general term for a better understanding, well, the shaman specifically indicates which animal is to be hunted and killed and no other, in order to obtain the specific power, spirit or force that the human community is in need of. And a series of ceremonies before, during and after the killing of the animal are conducted. And it becomes more of a ceremonial and magical religious behavior within the animistic society, rather than a case of having the need to kill an animal for the consumption of the meat as a primary means of sustenance. The meat is also consumed in ceremony and shared amongst the community members, obviously. But such occasions are not on a daily basis, when other means of sustenance are available, especially of plant nature. Most animistic societies that live in geographical areas where agriculture and gathering consumables from plant sources is possible, they will choose to have a diet mostly plant-based, or indeed downright vegetarian or even vegan diet. We see this in most indigenous communities and animistic peoples and societies of Africa and Asia, in areas where it is possible to do agriculture and have the year round. It's no coincidence that most animists become vegan, and it's no coincidence that veganism has been a way of life in almost every animistic society of the past and present, throughout human history, in places where it is possible to gather and harvest plant foodstuff, and the greater focus on the flora rather than the fauna as means of sustenance. Animism often leads to veganism, and veganism often leads to animism. In this way, it isn't coincidence.
So why are these two carnous clowns on the One Great Network watering down Mark Passio's work, appealing to tradition, appealing to, all kinds of stuff, nature, I guess, maybe? All these fallacies. There's no fallacies in natural law, So why are these clowns talking about this stuff and not talking about natural law?
either the fact that the societies that have a greater predisposition to have a meat-based diet, or whose diet is mostly focused on meat, are non-animistic societies, or societies that have been greatly influenced by religious worldviews that repress animistic worldviews, or indeed animistic societies that have no other choice in terms of food consumption for survival due to their harsh environment, often devoid of natural flora and fertile soils. So, throughout this video, I will also touch on the case of veganism, because it is inevitable, not only because the principles of veganism originally developed within animistic societies, but of course when dealing with the consumption of animal and plant persons, we need to speak about. Most of you know that I am vegan. However, in this video, I will try to be as impartial as possible to be able to conduct this specific video towards animism. I'm actually not sure how I will develop this, so please, I ask for your patience. We shall develop this as we go. Even in animistic religious terms, there's often the attempt to avoid the consumption of the flesh of an animal person, to avoid having one's own body and spirit corrupted by the angry spirit of the one that wanted to live and was killed. Consumption of souls, is a form of cannibalism that greatly affects negatively the body and mind of the persons who consume the souls. And we also must be careful when there's a general assumption concerning animism that everything is alive and everything contains a spirit or a soul. I've talked about this before, so I'm not going to focus too much on that. But indeed, it's important to remember that concerning animism and animistic societies, things have either been often romanticized or simply made up by several Western scientists who were unable to be impartial and intellectually incompetent to understand indigenous societies due to the fact that such scientists live within societies whose religious worldviews, morals, social conducts, and cultures are not focused on the natural world, but rather on the dualistic relationship between a god and mankind, where the center of the religious is the individual human being through which the divine works. And everything else is secondary, or indeed unimportant in that type of religious consciousness, leading the person to self-centered acts instead of behaving for the well-being of the broader community and the discarding obligations towards the external lives existing beyond the individual. Within animism, not everything is considered alive. Not everything is alive, but many things are. There are a series of behaviors that demonstrate what is alive and what isn't. Also, animism deals with things realistically and sensibly. So there's also often the confusion between spirit and consciousness, which more often than not become synonyms. And I think this is something we should also address, especially in relation to what and who we are consuming. Many things in the world can have a spirit, but that doesn't mean that such a spirit has a conscious and is fully aware of every sense. Also, having a conscious doesn't mean that it is sentient, especially in the sense of the ability to feel. This is important to address because since animals and other beings are considered persons and we eat them, therefore we eat persons and so we are cannibals. However, does that mean that if we eat a plant, we are also cannibals because the plant contains a spirit and may even contain conscious? Well, no, of course not. As I said, animism deals with things insensibly. It becomes cannibalism, therefore something wrong, a taboo even within animism, when we eat a sentient being, because the sentient being had a full consciousness. That's why it is sentient. It is able to feel. It is self-aware. It is able to perceive its surroundings. Walks hand in hand with physical existence. Bear it with me, please. A plant may contain a spirit and a certain degree of consciousness, but it isn't sentient because its biology and the entire structure of the body in which this plant spirit inhabits isn't developed to the point that the spirit within the plant can feel pain or even be self-aware. On the other hand, let's say a cow is sentient because it has a fully developed and well-structured nervous system which allows the cow to be self-aware and to feel. Therefore, not only the cow has spirit, but also a fully developed consciousness. The cow is sentient. Therefore, the cow is capable of feeling and of having more complex sensations than the spirit within the plant that inhabits a body, a nervous system, capable of feeling and without a fully developed self-awareness. And indeed, the sensations of a plant are not as complex as those of a being who has a complex nervous system. Physicality cannot be disassociated from sentience. One is having a spirit and maybe even a degree of conscious. Another is having a spirit and having self-awareness and capable of feeling. We cannot simply count with the presence of spirit or signs of conscious. We also have to take into account if it is sentient. if it is capable of feeling, have complex sensations, and if it is self-aware. One thing is having spirit, another is, and also reasoning, the ability to formulate thoughts through feelings and sensations and self-awareness. So, these are a few points I want you to have in mind before we jump into the main subject. I won't delay this any longer, so let's get right into it, my dear friends. Please. So let's start from the point which is the belief that animals are people too. Plants, birds, fishes, and even some rocks are people too. And even the others, the invisible world. Spirits, land spirits, water spirits, weather persons, thunder persons, ancestors, deities, etc. Aside from the human person, there are non-human, other than human, and more than human persons. Something I have developed on other videos. The point here is that the world is absolutely fully populated with persons. The great majority are not human. So the question we are addressing here is that if animism in its basis is conscious concerning the respect that one must take towards other persons, and indeed the respect for all life, because other persons beyond the human existence also exist and therefore are worthy of respect, will a human being satiate its own needs without disrespecting the other persons? For instance, we can kill and eat an animal, but does that mean that we should? What moral principles determine that it's right to kill a pig but not a dog if there's no difference between the two in terms of life and spirit? Perhaps such morals are flawed because they are only determined purely by physical aspect and what is more appealing to the human eye, and what the human being has determined to be of less or more value, turning living beings into objects and property instead of recognizing a life that, as much as us, wants to live and enjoy life. Perhaps the question is also what right to kill and consume another that wants to live. Perhaps we grew up with the illusion that we have rights over lives external to us, instead of growing up knowing that it's not rights that we have, but obligations towards us, and conduct a life towards an existence that tries to minimize as much harm and damage, and even death, as much as possible. So, is it rights that we have, or the obligation to mitigate our destructive impact in order to survive and live as much as possible for as long as possible, and let others live? Alive, but are also considered
So,
Devin.
quick question.
Yeah.
What happened to that beta that was talking smack yesterday? I thought he was going to debate. Did I miss it, or did he never show?
No, none of these guys show up.
What a pussy.
So Devin, you there?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You want to hear something amazing?
What's that?
You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy!
We have a sound bar now.
That is fucking amazing.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
Hell yeah.
You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult.
You fucked with the wrong one, boy.
Yeah.
Reminds me of my grandfather.
Fuck with the wrong one, boy.
That's so funny.
Fucking trash
apes. My grandfather grew up in Philly and he had that same attitude, man.
Yeah.
Here's a song for you.
Yes. Dude, he should go pro.
You'll find the fuck
The
out,
slide
boy.
whistle pro.
You'll find the fuck out, boy. Baby diaper.
No!
Watch the debate afterwards.
Oh.
Yeah. We spent the last 2 days figuring this out.
We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult.
Hell yeah.
So we're gonna have sound bites.
It's gonna be the whole show now. We're
Yeah,
just
it's
gonna
That's gonna be the whole
pressing buttons. Get ready.
The greatest hit.
We got Ill Will.
So,
Chill Will.
so one thing I would say
pretty
about
whack,
like
bro.
animism is they when they say persons, it's similar to how in the vegan community we refer to animals as individuals, and that's the same way I delineate, life forms from fungus to plants to animals as animals, which we are an animal, are individuated. We have an individual experience in this world, whereas the other ones, they have like more of a collective experience. It isn't the same. They don't have that consciousness, and like he's talking about, some of them can rationalize and take it further.
Yeah.
Unless if you
John Bob,
adjusted
do you
to
see? Do you
genie.
notice the? Yeah.
What?
Do you notice a difference in the quality of content for these two videos we watched, John Bob?
Night and day difference. I like this guy. Absolutely.
Yeah. I could listen to this guy talk all day.
And he's calm,
Persons.
he's
As I
rational.
pointed out on previous videos concerning animism, there's a strong belief, and indeed, one of the
Yeah. And he's Norwegian, which I think Rogan Hart thinks he's like Norwegian or something, and he's tapping into his
The New
Norwegian
Age
roots
pagan
by
movement.
being a carnist.
They're all
being
trying
an
to
animist
reclaim their
carnist, but
Viking
obviously
roots.
animus.
So,
Yeah, but it was all rooted in animism.
So I'm gonna sneak off for a minute. I'm gonna go talk shit to that guy that bailed yesterday and call him a beta and tell him that he's running and hiding from the
Give him a
debate
link.
because he's a wussy. And then I'll come back.
Yeah, go and fetch him.
See you in a little bit.
Get him up here.
Get him, John Bob. Bring him back here by his ear. Yeah, so we're finding out that animism is not going in Karna's favor.
The basic foundations of animism is the belief that that which is alive is considered a person. The world is absolutely populated with persons, and the great majority are not human persons. We are going to deal with the persons that have a corporeal existence, live within the world, therefore are alive, have consciousness, have spirit, and are sentient beings. So if we consider animals to be persons, if we are eating persons, therefore within animism, this is also considered cannibalism. Cannibalism in animism is extended into other realities, and it becomes quite hard to avoid it precisely because of the consumption of animal persons, which are not human persons but are persons nonetheless. So the problem with cannibalism is augmented in an animistic society because by consuming animals we consume persons, and therefore not only we are cannibals by doing so, also consuming the spirit of another, and all of that is wrong in many ways than what can be immediately perceived if we are not used to an animistic mentality and how such a mentality observes the world and life in it. I understand that many of you may have an immediate stereotypical thought about tribal societies running around, hunting animals, killing animals for consumption, and indeed an emphasis on a lifestyle that revolves around hunting and the consumption of animals. I think we ought to dismiss as reliable sources of information and knowledge in general about tribal and animistic societies the movies we often see either concerning primitive aspects of human prehistory, and most especially how movies portray indigenous peoples of both the past and the present, which more often than not are portrayed with such a savagery that they are almost beasts incapable of a coherent rational thought. So portrayed quite in the stereotypical manner and in a strict sense, right? So we best forget what movies, TV series, and even fictional books have been demonstrating concerning indigenous societies, which in truth is more on the non-indigenous and non-animistic perspective rather than a thorough work of investigation towards the core of animistic societies. That doesn't mean that hunting, domesticating or semi-domesticating animals for consumption isn't real within animistic and indigenous societies. It happens. Of course it happens. However, most animistic indigenous societies that eat animals as their main diet is because they have no other choice due to the natural environment they live in, and nothing can be grown in it save the natural fauna. Also, some animals are seen as powerful spirits or containing a specific power or a specific spirit power the animistic society sometimes needs to propitiate something beneficial within the society itself. And by the instructions of a spiritual leader, let's call it a shaman, just as a general term for a better understanding. Well, the shaman specifically indicates which animal is to be hunted and killed, and no other, in order to obtain the specific power, spirit, or force that the human community is in of. And a series of ceremonies before, during, and after the killing of the animal are conducted. And it becomes more of a ceremonial and magical religious behavior within the animistic society, rather than a case of having the need to kill an animal for the consumption of the meat as a primary means of sustenance. The meat is also consumed in ceremony and shared community members, obviously, but such occasions are not on a daily basis when other means of sustenance are available, especially of plant nature. Most animistic societies in geographical areas where agriculture and gathering consumables from plants. Animals are very much like humans, and humans are very much like animals in many important aspects that compose life and the many in behavior, especially in terms of self-motivation, which drives both animals and humans to take action and to carry on living. Animals and humans are persons of the world. Beyond the mere fact of being alive, there are other aspects that mark personhood. Surely, there are differences, for instance, in terms of communication, language. The human ability to communicate reaches levels of complex abstractions that simply do not exist among animals, such as communication through specific written characters and symbols, through the arts, the ability to transform objects and give them functions that are not naturally, originally possible by the objects themselves. However, in forms of life and not aspects that affirm that something is more alive than something else, or that one life has more value than another. As I said on other videos, what constitutes personhood is something that demonstrates behavior, shows attitude, displays emotion, is capable of interaction, demonstrates self-awareness, expresses a consciousness, and sensibility. Doesn't matter the manner in which these aspects are expressed. What matters is that they are expressed. So, beyond the mere fact of being alive, we must look for signs of personhood, which becomes easier the moment we see the same expression of behavior in anything else as we see in us, instead of looking for the differences and for non-human and others can provide. Self-awareness is the most important aspect that constitutes personhood. A person is a living form that is able to relate and communicate. That's what also makes the human being a person. We can relate and communicate. You can relate to an animal and the animal the same way the animal or the non-human person can do the same with you. A relation is built and can be extended and has impact on other ongoing relationships. We see this frequently in shamanism. The shaman, as a general term, doesn't only engage with spirits in the sense of non-corporeal beings or entities not inhabiting a specific physical form in the world, but also engage with animals, with spirits with a clear physical form that can be engaged physically. This engagement, this relation, can be for a variety of reasons. To obtain the generosity of the animal, to attain power, to attract something beneficial, or to avoid dangerous, keeping the animal away or inviting the animal in, and even to eat if it is edible and there is a necessity to eat that specific animal. Engagement. There's also the case that animals, and I'm not talking about a human shaman shape-shifting into an animal. I'm talking about actual animals who, in their own community, are shamans. Just the same way, some humans within the human community can be shamans. It's not the case that all animals are shamans, but some animals are shamans of their own animal community. So the human shaman engages with the animal shaman as well, for a variety of reasons. This is communication, engagement, creation of ongoing relationships, not between animal and human, but between persons. But on animal shamans, on some other video. The important thing to understand here is that there is engagement between persons of different species, but being of different species doesn't indicate that one have more personhood than others. This engagement creates a sense of responsibility for the well-being of those who inhabit the same spaces of existence. Again, persons relate and communicate, so the human and the non-human relate and communicate amongst themselves and with each other, creating relationship, understanding, reasoning, formulating the need to be responsible for the well-being of the persons involved in the ongoing relationship. A non-human person has its own responsibilities within its own community and its own laws and rituals. And this sense of responsibility of working towards the well-being of that community is also shared by human persons who also have their own responsibilities and laws and rituals in their own communities. The responsibilities within each community of persons is shared because persons communicate. So the need to act towards well-being is extended and crossed with the needs of others. Thus, all actions have a relation and must be not only taking into consideration the well-being of our community, but also the well-being of other communities, of other persons who also act towards well-being, be those human or non-human or other than human persons. The latter spirits of place, land, rivers, elementals, weather, etc. We humans as persons perform actions towards other humans, but also towards animals and landscape features. A good example of that are pagans who engage with animals itself, just like animists and animistic pagans. An ongoing relation with the surroundings. In the same way, animals perform actions towards humans. If animals are persons, they too are self-aware, self-motivated, and have purpose. So they will engage, they will relate, and they will communicate amongst themselves and towards human persons. Animal persons do not act.
Did it freeze or you pause that? I don't hear anybody.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so these fake animists that we're seeing make these videos, it's like they think that by exploiting animals that they're getting in touch with nature. I think a lot of carnists think that.
They've been deluded their entire life.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
so
it's like
that
they're
guy?
like, oh, animism works for my carnism. I'm getting in touch with nature because I'm killing the animal and I'm worshiping it before I eat it. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's not getting in touch with nature. That's manipulating and exploiting nature for your own taste buds, basically. So I don't really know where these guys are getting this animism stuff, because it sounds real vegan to me. It sounds like you take the least of it sounds like do less harm, like to an just like what we're all trying to do. But these guys are like trying to get famous by introducing a new ism or something. I just don't understand, because it's obviously backfiring, because these guys clearly don't know what they're talking about, because this guy just completely annihilated them.
Well, this guy went into detail. He even broke down words and like explained it in detail. It was no circle talk or bullshit. He was actually discussing and like, I don't know, he pieced it together real well, I thought.
Yeah.
Randomly or automatically, but also have purpose, intentionality. They are also capable of making choices. So animals are clearly sentient. They are persons. Of course, not all actions from the part of animals are with a clear interest in engaging with humans. Sometimes the engagement is not on purpose, by accident, or purely by not understanding the sense of space and limit the same way a human person understands. For instance, you have a flower in your window and a bee comes to engage with your flower. It's not purposely engaging with the human, but solely an engagement towards the purposes of the bee. Or a mouse is foraging in your garden, either because the mouse doesn't understand the conception of a human garden and simply understands a good place for foraging, or if the mouse is aware of these human creations, don't care about the fact that it's your garden and simply acts towards its own self-interest. However, some animals' actions are indeed purposely towards humans. They do engage with human persons at certain occasions, demonstrating willingness to communicate, demonstrating self-awareness and intention. Animals engage with each other, communicate with each other, even between different species. A human is just another animal in the eyes of animals. It's a human person with which they sometimes show willingness to communicate and want to engage with and even participate in certain human actions and events. So perhaps it is a fail in human observation. Perhaps humans are animals the same way that animals can see themselves as humans when they engage with humans. Because engagement between persons doesn't necessarily express more or less personhood. From the moment a person relates to another person, those persons see each other as the same. When there's an
That's like if your dog, does your dog see itself as a human? Like, does your dog not like look at its, like it doesn't see itself as a dog, it sees itself as a human. I know our cat thinks it's a human, but then sometimes it thinks it's a dog, so I don't know.
ongoing relationship between you and an animal. Are you becoming more animal, or is the animal becoming more human? Again, could be a fail in observation. And so there's no animal or human, but simply persons relating and communicating. We move on to plants and their personhood. I think it's relatively easy to understand that a plant is alive, especially by the consecutive scientific developments which clearly demonstrate that plants also express themselves in various ways similar to other beings such as humans. Although the manner in which they express themselves is considerably different than that of humans. But they do more or less the same things: consuming, breathing, reproducing. There's a certain level of sensibility as well. There's communication between plants, and even communication into the exterior that can be the result of interaction with other beings. Clearly, a plant is alive, and a plant has personhood and a certain level of consciousness. The interaction between human and plant in terms of engaging in a conversation may not be as productive as interactions between humans who receive knowledge from one another, or may not be as strong in building a relation and understanding the life form as we do with animals. But it does create information by observance of behavior and exploring on deeper levels the life of a plant, and can be created with plants, although it is certainly more limited than a relation with an animal or another human being from the part of human persons. In terms of animism, it is also understood that a plant contains spirit, and certain plants have a specific power which occasionally is necessary to obtain for the well-being of a human community. And the shaman of that community will try to communicate with the plant spirit in order to obtain that power from that plant spirit, from the plant spirit. And this engagement is crucial in animistic societies because the power that one wants to obtain from that plant can only be gathered if the spirit of the plant allows it and conserves it until the point of administration of that power in whichever context that same power is necessary. In this way, we understand personhood as well by the engagement of a human person with a plant person, bargaining and reasoning with the spirit of the plant. The spirit may allow the extraction of its power residing in the plant itself. We can also, for instance, remember that many types of mushrooms create an underground network amongst themselves, which facilitates communication between themselves, but also communication with trees. And trees communicating with one another through their roots and through the network mushrooms created on such roots. Trees can nurture other young trees, especially of their own species. Trees certainly communicate better among themselves than they do with humans. But a communication between human and tree is also possible, although limited, because the ways both life forms choose to express themselves are quite different, and there are clear limitations. But communication is still possible to a certain extent. Many animistic indigenous communities do build close relationships with trees or communities of trees. What may seem an ordinary grove may be considered a special place to some people who have created a type of relationship with that place by interaction with the place. Some types of trees can even be honored, worshipped, prayed to, building entire trees, which is the case of the concept of the world tree or the tree of life. Humans give gifts to some trees, and trees may gift humans as well. A particular person after death may be buried by the foot of a specific tree, and the descendants of that person carry on rituals towards the memory of the ancestor, creating a link between tree and ancestor, giving rise to ancestor cults to trees. A particular branch of a tree can be turned into a special item or utensil so that the human may use it as a tool to better communicate with unseen forces and invisible others, and with other than human and more than human populations of the world, by as the link between two types of beings that require special ways to create communication with one another. And many more that have certainly crossed your mind to demonstrate that there are of communication even towards flora. Communication and even relationship can be created with plants. Doesn't matter if you believe in this or not. Many people believe, and so they will conduct their actions towards this belief and create communication and relation with plants. Therefore, the relationship is created and exists to those who have made the effort to create it. Exchanges are made and relationships are created. And it is as simple as that. Not only relationships are created, they are maintained and they are celebrated. And all of this facilitates the understanding of the personhood of plants. From the moment a plant ceases to be a mere passive resource and instead an ongoing relationship with the plant has been established, that plant is important to those who have made a relationship with it, and therefore there's communication between persons. In animism, plants are engaged with as powerful persons, some of whom, just like animals, have their lives taken or parts of themselves for the benefit of other persons. Not necessarily only human persons, but other persons of the world. Now, the question here is, if plants are persons and we eat them, does that make us cannibals? Well, yes and no. This depends very much on the relationship we create with plants, which may not be as strong as the relationship we create with animals. For instance, the engagement with plant persons may be solely to use the plant merely as a consumable, not creating relationship, but simply engagement to acquire a beneficial aspect of the plant that becomes stronger precisely by the engagement we have with the plant. I'm saying plants, but this can also serve for types of mushrooms. The entire engagement with certain psychotropic mushrooms and plants is to create a connection through ritual and ceremony, carrying out prayers and invocations towards the spirit of such consumables, and it is by that engagement that the powers of the consumable are active, and in this way certain mushrooms and plants are only to facilitate communication with others, especially to facilitate communication with a wider community of life. Let's take the example of tobacco, or better still, ayahuasca, since it has become such a famous consumable with hallucinogenic properties. Certainly, there's a certain level of influence upon one's mind when it is inevitable its hallucinogenic properties. However, if you do not know how to communicate with the spirit or spirits of the plant that is used to make ayahuasca, the results will not be as strong because a previous relationship with the spirit of the plant wasn't created to allow the plant to retain its power, and the very spirit aids you in the purpose upon consuming ayahuasca. We return to what I've said previously and the engagement with the spirit of the plant in order for the plant to retain the components that one wants to obtain. A plant used for healing by itself has some effects. However, the shaman will not simply use the plant for healing purposes, but also seeking out its spirit to bargain with it, ask for permission to aid in the process of healing. It's not just the natural components of the plant, but also trying to involve the very spirit of the plant in the process of healing to better conduct all the nutrients towards the healing process in order to successfully administrate healing. But in a diet, this is quite different from eating an animal, obviously. Even though animals and plants both have personhood, let's be realistic and sensible about these things. As I said before, an animal in its corporeal constitution has a nervous system developed in a way that is feeling and have more complex sentiments and sensations, while a plant does not. A plant may contain a spirit, may contain certain levels or a degree of consciousness, but its corporeal existence doesn't have a nervous system developed in a way that can feel pain or indeed be self-aware to the point of feeling pain and screaming and feeling anything when the plant is eaten. Certainly, you can kill an animal and eat the animal, but should you, when there are other alternatives that do not suffer and do not feel pain? If the intention is purely nutrition, there are over 5,000 plants that will give you the same and even more and better nutrition than the animals people usually consume. Over 5,000 plant persons that are not self-aware and do not feel pain and do not feel suffering and can be consumed, thus avoiding suffering, illness, harm, and death. Again, the point here is minimizing as much harm and damage as possible whenever it is possible, being conscious about our attitudes. Certainly, other animals eat other animals, but we as humans, are we not humans after all with a different biology and corporeal form? A lion eats meat, but the lion has no other choice because the digestive system of a lion is quite different than that of a human, and it is built to eat meat, and there's no other choice. And even a lion, having no other choice but to eat meat, can still show signs of respect, empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another and avoid certain kills, as it has been documented many times. The human being, on the other hand, has a very different digestive system than that of a lion, which is actually built to be more predisposed towards a plant-based diet because we have evolved towards that. Eat meat, but should we, or must we, when we have other choices and our system is built to be able to eat plants? Again, the lion has no other choice, and its system is built only to eat meat. But the humans are built to be able to eat plants. We have a choice, and we can survive and live well and healthy with a plant-based diet. Why should we choose to ignore a clear blessing of having a choice when other animals simply have no choice? Humans are actually lucky and fortunate as sentient beings because we can literally choose to have a diet free from causing harm, death, and cruelty and to other persons who want to live, freeing us from a sense of guilt, shame, and profound misery by killing another person to consume that person. It would be hard for us if we had no other choice, but we have. Again, it's no coincidence that indigenous animistic peoples are more predisposed to have a plant-based diet when they live in conditions that allows them to have that choice, and they go for that choice rather than killing and eating persons of the world. Which is also why in environments that do not allow a plant-based diet, there's no other choice for the human but to hunt, kill, and eat the flesh of another person of the world. But in such human cultures, there's a stronger and more developed sign of respect and mourning towards the person that was killed, and the greater development in ceremonies and rituals towards the person that was killed for the consumption and survival of the community. There's naturally guilt, regret, pain, sorrow for the killing of another life. And this is the basis of animism and veganism for that matter, which in fact the latter sprouts from animism. The basis, the very foundations, is precisely minimizing harm, damage, illness, and death as much as possible whenever it is possible. So, if we have better choices that certainly mitigate of life, why not choose them if it's there for us as alternatives? Let me put it this way. The house is on fire. Will you first save the cat or the house plant? Deep down you know the choice that will minimize as much damage and harm as possible. Some persons of the world have no choice, but we humans have. Between species we are built differently, but we humans have clear choices, and some are better the more cruel aspects of life. So why not go for those choices instead of simply remain on a path of selfishness?
Whew, man, so this goes, he's got another half hour. This dude is just spits fire. Yeah, good stuff. His channel is Arith Härger, with one of those Arith Härger, one of those umlauts above the A.
Yeah, like he's working at IKEA.
Yeah, and he listens to Motley Crue. But anyway, beast, straight beast. So much information. I can't even. I mean, holy cow! You know.
So coming out of that, I mean, one thing that I got out of it at least was a definite, a more well thought your definition of what animism is. And it's funny because we were talking about this before, and I was doing a little bit of research and just like kind of like surface level. What does the Wikipedia say animism is? And to me, it sounded like it aligns with veganism. And that's what I was mentioning before when we came across this video. And this gentleman obviously came across the same conclusion as well. The main difference that I'm seeing with our friends Will and Logan's definition of animism is there seems to be... It seems to be like the separation is the moral relativism, right? Like objective versus subjective morality. So from what I've seen them talk about, they've sort of reference, especially when it comes to diet, they sort of reference their ancestral influences when it comes to their choices and when it comes to judging the morale of one's diets.
Appeal to authority, appeal to tradition, appeal to nature.
Yeah. But this gentleman we just watched, he seemed to have a little bit more rational, scientific to animism than requires, at least in the moral aspect, right? We know on an instinctive level what level of sentience, which beings, what beings can experience harm and pain and suffering on a level that we know and we can experience. And another thing that I understand is animism has to do with our personal connection with nature, right? So that is a subjective experience, and that is, we have to experience empathy and our connection with nature. That is a subjective experience, right? But in deciding what our actions are in the world, we have to have an objective moral compass and measure, right? So while I understand, and I am not against animism, I don't think it's a necessarily inherently bad ideology from what I can, or ism, whatever you want to call it, from what I can understand from what the definition is. But that's where it's a little disappointing and worrisome in this natural law community of it being applied to people's individual choices and their subjective interpretation of morality. I see some problems, but yeah, that was a great video though.
Yeah.
And it definitely, it made me think about things that, let's say that when talking about others or trying to convince people to go vegan, there's things that you sort of forget you have to explain, right, when it comes to the empathy and connection we feel with animals. And so that is a central part of kind of sparking that empathy is, I guess, animism, but that personal connection with nature. And to me, all roads to least harm lead to veganism, though, So, yeah, it was an interesting juxtaposition there, those two videos. I don't know if you have some more from our friends from the Great Work Network.
Probably. But yeah, it seems like they're missing the point. And just, like yeah. Let me pull this up.
Got another video for us.
It seems like they're missing the easiest point, which is the definition of natural law. It's kind of written out there.
Yeah.
Unless they want to try to redefine what it is.
That's what worries me. It seems like a little bit of a redefining of these natural law principles and what natural law is. And it seems like it's like forming this entity that's behind and that controls natural law is what the implication is to me.
Yeah.
It seems.
It's how he explained. And like,
Can
what's
I
the
point
point of
something out, guys?
Go ahead, Bob.
Look at that picture of fucking Will Keller, dude. The motherfucker looks like he's a goddamn zombie. He looks like he's dead. I'm
He
just
looks like a
saying, we're
struggling
always
werewolf.
told.
Stole that from Kill Tony, by the way. Or who'd I steal that from?
That was Kurt Metzger.
Kurt Metzger. Shout out to Kurt Metzger. No, that was the big black dude called Kurt Metzger.
Oh yeah, Patterson.
No.
No?
The big roaster guy. David Lucas for that joke. Werewolf. Fits him quite well. Anyway, so yeah, what's the point of making video after video after video after video talking about animism when you're supposed to be pushing natural law, which is, we and like these guys can't even describe what animism is in like several videos. We have nothing, where this vegan guy just smashed it 1,000 times over. It's like, what's the point of making all this content, to nobody? And like, I just don't get it. I just think I think Will Keller should go back to being Chill Will, and maybe he should make like liberty raps for like kids or something, you know, teaching in the basics of libertarianism, stuff like that, instead of like trying to change, like teaching kids natural law, like rapping. Like I would watch that, like straight up, I would watch that. But this just like endless contrived, like go nowhere videos that just like he's just looking for like sound bites or something so he can get clout, you know. But like I don't understand why he's not like, everybody's supposed to be pushing natural law. Like, what's going on? What else do we need? Why dilute it? Why add to it? Why complicate it? I don't get it. But, you know, any other Will Keller videos like this one, it's like, I just...
is where individuals engage in spiritual practices superficial.
For one, Will, turn the music off your videos, or at least put the levels of your voice above them. We can't hear you. Yeah. Like, doing broadcasting here, man. You know? Learn how to do audio. Learn your levels. Don't put your music over your voice. Holy crap.
Let's start from the beginning, because I can't really...
Yeah.
I missed what the first words were.
And then because you can tell that he's searching for clips, because you can't any of his clips that aren't like stumbling on top of everything, starts and stops so fast, because he's just looking for these one-liners instead of teaching. He's trying to look for little clips, you know, that'll get a bunch of views. I get it, because I do the same thing, but like, you know, you gotta have the stuff lead somewhere. Oh, kitty cat, jeez.
Authentic spirituality.
Okay, so here we go. Here we go.
Unauthentic spirituality is where individuals engage in spiritual practices superficially, often for personal gain or to project a certain image. It often leads to polarization, where individuals adopt extreme views and attack others who don't conform to.
Polarization? You mean like, you know, talking shit about veganism when you should be convincing people to go vegan and vegetarian?
Or at the very
least,
or at least engage with vegans.
Yeah, and not writing them off and polarizing.
Generalizing millions of people.
Yeah, exactly.
I always
You're
like
the
how
polarizing ones, right? You're not the one who's polarizing. Oh no.
I always like how they
This
claim
polarization can hinder genuine connection and understanding. Unauthentic spirituality also fosters passivity.
What do you think animism is? Do you think it's a authentic spirituality? Well, maybe, but not the one you're pushing. So you're pushing an unauthentic idea when you're supposed to be pushing an authentic idea, and then you're making videos talking down to people about it when you're the one doing it. See, all his videos about this type of stuff spot on, because I think he sees it in himself, and so he's able to describe it very well. But how he acts towards us, his message, which is this half-assed message, not taking things the whole way, I just, you know, it's...
Unauthentic spirituality also fosters passivity, where individuals use spiritual ideas as an excuse for inaction, avoiding personal responsibility and the causal factors of human suffering because it feels negative or uncomfortable to engage.
Really? Kind of like going vegan? Kind of like sacrificing something? Devin, you're...
Yeah, the music just ramping up at the end, and just you can't even hear what he's talking about.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, yeah, doing shadow work and, you know, sacrificing to put yourself in line with natural law is uncomfortable. That's the whole point of us all doing it. The uncomfortable, making videos isn't the uncomfortable part, Will Keller. That's not doing work, especially if they're not actually teaching anything. So, you know, how about you stop making videos until you stop eating dairy or whatever it is left that you do, you know? I personally think you should step down from the One Great Work. you and Logan and all the other carnists at this point, like years in, like, come on, guys. Like, I know Mark won't say this to you, but I will all day. You guys are the guy. You are who he is talking about in all his videos. I know you're there helping him out, Will, but you are the trash ape that he's talking about. You aren't willing to take it the whole way. He's not going to say it to you. You've heard him give the reasons why he doesn't push veganism on you guys, and you're taking advantage of it. You're going, oh, he's okay with it, so I'm just going to keep doing it. I think you should step down. Whatever, keep helping Mark, but I don't think your name should be on that website. I don't think you deserve it at this point. None of you guys that are diluting Mark's message should be up on that channel, in my opinion. So, so there's one, ridiculous video of him calling himself out, basically. And there's like, and it's just endless, this type of stuff. Endless.
Morality is a code of relationships. Ethics is the art of character. Understanding the internal virtues can develop outward to moral right action, meaning that ethics are internal characteristics. Pursuing internal ethics and pursuing ethics in oneself will evolve an individual to become a more moral or to become moral individual. If one has plagued themselves with lies, a lack of honesty, integrity, trust, this is going to have an effect on the individual, and absolutely it's going to have an effect on their outward external behavior towards others, to morality.
How to add
it's gonna make your content look like crap too. It's gonna make your message fall flat, which it does. Why would you think that anyone would want to learn from you when you haven't taken things the whole way? You don't understand that you don't have a right to a sentient being's body or excretions, So like, who's going to learn anything from you? Just because your name that's bigger doesn't mean that you're in the right. This animism stuff, you guys should just stop saying that word. You aren't animist in the least bit. I don't know who started this, but you can probably just like stop using that and just go back to doing natural law stuff, or leave the network. I think you should leave the network. What do you think, Devin?
Yeah, I don't understand why they attach themselves to Mark's work. It seems like they kind of want to. Yeah, I think they kind of want to just do their own thing,
They're clout
Kind
chasers.
of like government.
They want to get big. They want to get big off of someone's coattails because they don't have the talent to get big themselves. It's very clear. Like, these guys have been like Rogan Hart has been made for years, and they're all garbage, and he has no following, and he's making fucking wizard videos. Like, are you kidding me? Like you aren't teaching anyone anything if you haven't things the whole way. It just falls flat. Anyone who's in the know watches your stuff and it falls flat. Like, what is this guy talking about? He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's still.
It seems like it's a bunch of yes men, but they don't want to challenge each other on hard topics, and it seems maybe we've pushed their buttons and we found a topic that they don't want to debate.
Yeah. Well, we've hit on we've hit the nail on the head of the stuff they don't want to do, the work, the internal work that is the actual hard stuff. Like, you're supposed to be uncomfortable. And it's like, dude, you're almost, if you are vegetarian, which I don't believe, you're right there. Just stop buying dairy and let your chickens keep eggs.
And stop demonizing vegans.
Demonizing vegans above all. Like, dude.
Demonizing and stop ask you questions on social media or the people you because they're vegan
Pussies.
and are associated with people who are
Hiding.
asking you questions.
So
it's just really unfortunate.
Will Keller blocked Braxton, me, and Allie this week. Running and hiding. These cowards running and hiding from the truth. Can you believe that shit?
Yeah.
And we haven't been. We're just trying to get them to talk. Like, come on the show, you guys. Jesus Christ, defend yourself in some way instead of running and hiding like cowards. Holy shit.
Meat eaters are pussies. Bunch of fucking beta males
yourself.
that take estrogen.
I'm just gonna block everyone that criticizes my garbage work. Garbage trash work. That's all it is. Trash ape garbage work. It's boring, goes nowhere, falls flat. Figure your shit out, dude.
Well, how the fuck are you gonna be part
You will
of the
gain respect from all people, bro. And you'll respect yourself, and you'll actually be able to make content that's worth something because people won't call you out for being a hypocrite the whole time. Every video you have right now, almost every single one of them, you make a fool of yourself in because you have not taken things to the level of where you should be teaching people. Like the fact that your reactions to like your passive aggressive, like just how you've held yourself, it shows you aren't doing shit. It shows that you're all about ego and you aren't about actually learning the truth. You just want to put out the truth that you've stolen from a bunch of people. You're a plagiarist trying to get clout on the coattails of other people that have done great things, And like the fact that you devote so much time to helping Mark, that just proves it too. Like, you people are weird. You'll do anything to get clout. Clout chasers. Like, I'm not trying to do this shit. Like, I'm just doing fucking calling out bullshit. I'm not trying to lie to people and just make videos all day saying nothing. It's nonsense. But, yeah. Devin got Butter Girl. You want to watch, or Eggs and Butter, or you want to do your glucose gal?
Yeah, let's do the glucose person.
All right, pull it up for me. I got, or what's it called? I don't know if I could watch this one, man. We watched like 3 seconds of it, and I was like, I don't want to even watch this dumb girl, but we'll do it. So it's.
I'm on my phone,
YouTube,
so
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Glucose Revolution. Okay, which one did you send me? Glucose spikes. Okay, good versus bad sugar. Is that it? No. What was it, Devin? Do you remember?
Eating like this would be better than something else. Or like
Oh, it was sugar in something. Are you there? Oh, he's look. Okay. How I defeated my sugar craving, glucose spikes, spoon of vinegar, diabetes, glucose monitors, coffee mistakes. This one, coffee mistakes. I think this is it. Because she was saying the worst thing she was saying coffee's good, and the worst thing you could do is put sugar in your coffee. I think this was it.
Are you kidding me? Do we really need to add this into our milk? Seriously? Ugh. Super frustrating.
Well, a friend of mine sent this to me. Another vegan.
Oh, I didn't pull it up yet. I think I found it.
And I guess maybe it was spurred on by the fact that I told them for quite a few years now I've been doing like a giant fruit smoothie for breakfast.
Yeah. They sent you this?
Yeah, it's in Signal.
Yeah, I know. I found it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the lady.
Funny. That's the Is that the correct terminology, babe? Oh no, this is the wrong one. Sorry,
Just, are you kidding me? Do we really need to add this into our milks? Seriously? Ugh, super frustrating. Hello, angels, and welcome to the Glucose Goddess Show. I'm Justine Juspé, a biochemist obsessed with helping you understand your body and your health. Today, my dear coffee lovers, we are discussing, you guessed it, coffee. First things first, coffee seems to be a generally healthy, good for you drink as long as you don't overdo it. So generally, a cup of coffee a day seems pretty fine. Personally, I've recently cut down on my coffee consumption just because I'm super sensitive. And if I have even one cup of coffee in the morning,
everyone is super sensitive to coffee. It is a very strong drug. 1 cup a day will totally frazzle your system out. Most people don't drink 1 cup a day. They'll drink up to 8 cups a day, thinking that just because their mug is 1 cup, that it's 1 cup when it's really 4 or 5 cups. So generally coffee, no, it's not a good thing. No one should drink it. It doesn't do anything good for you. If you have anxiety, way worse. If you have erectile dysfunction, it makes it way worse. Or we'll just give you erectile dysfunction. I don't know why you would want to drink something that gave you that frazzles your hormones out, and it doesn't really make sense. So her initial coffee's okay, and instead of just being like, maybe you should just not drink coffee. Maybe not drinking coffee would be the more healthy thing to do. So I don't know how much I'm going to believe anything that they're saying if her entry to the video is coffee's good.
8 a.m., then I have a harder time falling asleep at night. But that's just me personally.
Yeah, that too.
If you're a coffee
it's
lover,
not just you personally; it's everyone. So maybe don't just say
coffee
stuff.
I
again
I kind of
seems to
like
be
what
generally
Dr.
safe.
Greger says from Nutrition Facts. He's like, every cup of coffee you drink is a missed opportunity to drink something healthier like green tea that actually has like antioxidant content.
Or fruit juice.
Or fruit juice, yeah, and doesn't have like a shitload of caffeine that's gonna like crap out your hormones and frazzle your brain.
Yeah.
So, you guys want to hear something funny? Remember, I told you my wife was having trouble getting in. I was going to send her the YouTube. So, she was watching, and then she messages me and says, "Honey, I left. I couldn't understand that because that was the part where they were playing the Will Keller video." Come on, that's some funny shit, guys. None of us could understand that. Like, she was thinking it was her, and none of us could understand that motherfucker.
The Trump shooter was in a BlackRock ad. I saw that. So it was a paid actor shot at another paid actor.
Oh
Crisis
yeah.
actor.
Yeah. Sorry. If a 223 whizzes by your face, it's gonna chop half of your face off. It's not just.
Yeah, you're gonna
give you
be
a little
missing some
red
skin and stuff here. Yeah,
spot on your face.
it was a squib
They're trying to
load.
say that was a 223. A 223 the concussion from the round make your arm like that's ridiculous. Like
I know he should have had more blood coming out of his ear from hearing loss. Ruptured eardrum.
like I want to see like his face blown off. Then but that looked like some BS. He didn't hit any. I mean, they said that they killed someone behind him, but you didn't see anyone get hit. I mean, I mean, I've been looking at false flags for fucking 15 years of my life. It looks like the same old shit. Then
Yeah.
just the divide on Facebook, everyone just fighting over whether it was a false flag or not. All these Trumpers, the Trumpers don't want, they don't want to think that Trump does false flags, but it's like, come on, bros. Like, the whole thing is a false flag. Like, come on. This is a part of, and it was funny, like 3 days ago, last week we did a video, and we're due for another false flag because it's been quiet, you know. Here it
Yeah.
is. Trump just won the election.
This was like the bare bones false flag.
I don't know,
they're
guys. Like,
and then like, why was they show where the guy was on the roof, and he's like in God wide open. Like, dude, you could have
I
just
know
put
one
yourself
of
in the worst place ever.
supposedly one of the snipers said that they were trained on him for 3 minutes and they couldn't get the order to fire on him.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. But yeah, like, and then there's like a spray and like a mark across his face. And it's just like, that's not what happens. Like, if the bullet hit his ear would have vaporized. Like, it doesn't just, like, the concussion that comes along with a 223 out less than 100,000 yards. That's the concussion. Like, you saw, dude shot those guys at that. Dude shot the guys at the what? No, dude shot the guys at the protest. Close range, the guy's arm was vaporized. Like, it went away. Like,
Yeah. His bicep is
the
gone.
kinetic force that goes along with that bullet wouldn't just whiz by his ear. I want to see a video from the other side. Like, that's going to be it. If they don't show a picture from the other side, the bullet hitting his ear, I mean, of course they could fake that, but there should be hundreds of videos of, the other side of his face when he went to grab it and look down. Like, it just didn't seem right. Which they don't all seem right, but everyone's going to fight over it for the next year or two. So get used to listening to, and then and now it's like on Facebook, it's like, oh, now I see all the people I get to kick off all these Trumpsters coming back out of the woodwork again.
Yeah. They're all changing their profile pictures and their backgrounds and shit to like him with his fist up and blood coming out.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
The one thing I'd like to point out about it, they brought up that this guy didn't have an ID on him. He had nothing to identify him, right? And they brought up the fact that he had no criminal history, yet they figured out his DNA from a criminal history profile because they had it on record. So why would they have his DNA?
They get that shit from all us. They con that stuff out of us at school. There's plenty of ways that they could get our DNA and have some record of us. I mean, think about it. The CIA, you don't think they don't have your DNA?
I don't doubt that, but I mean,
I wouldn't get too caught up. I wouldn't get too caught up arguing the semantics around this false flag, you know. Oh,
it points out that fucking, I don't know. You maybe you're right. Maybe they have that shit. They probably have it on all of us.
They want everyone arguing about all this little stuff too. You know, they win, but let's see what this frickin' lady has to say.
Studies show us that people who regularly consume coffee have a reduced risk of developing type 2 diabetes. And scientists think that this could be due to two different mechanisms of action. The interesting one is that in the liver, coffee has been shown to improve fat burning and lower the risk of NAFLD, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is common. And second, this one I think is really interesting and cool. Coffee may reduce the stress of the mitochondria in your beta cells. And your beta cells are the cells responsible
if you're gonna pull out a study, wouldn't you use something that's concrete, not may? That sounds really low level.
creating
And
insulin.
what kind of
So
studies
coffee
are
may actually
these?
help them function more properly.
She's not showing. They're probably studies that
On
are
your
connected to carnivore diet stuff.
Yeah, like the
They
bulletproof
can't live
coffee guy.
without their coffee. No, carnivore people can't live without it. They have no carbs, so they have to drink coffee.
Yeah, she's gonna talk about sugar.
Again, this is a minor thing. Generally, if you want to improve your health and your glucose levels, of course, looking at food first is going to be the solution. But this
So
is quite
drink
cool as well.
coffee?
However, interestingly, if you've ever worn a glucose monitor, you might have seen something really interesting. You might have seen that black coffee, no sugar in it, actually creates sometimes a small glucose spike. Now, this is a graph showing you me drinking coffee versus Alan drinking coffee.
Oh, wow. This
As you
looks
can
real
see,
scientific.
in Alan, it creates a bigger glucose spike than in me. So what does this actually mean? Well, in some people, coffee can actually increase your stress levels and your stress hormones a little bit. And so your body may be releasing extra glucose in your bloodstream as a
This whole
response.
some people bullshit, fucking blood type diet bullshit. Like, this is not, we're all mammals. We all react to drugs.
To this stress. And stress is something that's very interesting. Personally,
So far, she says it takes away stress and adds stress at the same time. She says it's good for you and it's bad for you at the same time. What is this lady saying?
The biggest glucose spike I had ever seen ever in my body after giving a presentation in front of a lot of people and having a big rush of stress. I saw a massive
Why is she walking around like an
spike. So
idiot?
your body can respond to a stressful situation or the perceived notion of stress by releasing some glucose.
There's no such thing as glucose spikes. There's only spikes if you stop, if you lower your, like, you have to continue to take in carbs to continue to have, you know, the most energy that the energy that you need to get through the day. Like, you have to continue. If you eat sugar, yeah, your energy is going to go back down if you stop. You know, if you eat carbs, like, you're supposed to be continually eating carbs. So then your blood levels are just like, the blood glucose levels are just like this instead of like this when you're dodging carbs and dodging sugar, and then you do have sugar. Of course, you're going to get a lot of energy for a little bit, but then if you don't, but if you're sugar phobic and you aren't continuing to intake carbs, you're gonna crash. That's not a sugar crash. That's a carb crash. That's like not enough sugar crash. But it doesn't have any. It's not like they've reversed it and vilified it to us as, oh, if you eat sugar, you just get this spike and you crash afterwards, and that's just how things are. And it's like, no, you're supposed to keep your carb levels high so you have high energy all day, and so you don't crash at all. I crash at the end of the day hard, quick. Like, I'll be sitting here fine, and I'll be like, all right, I'm ready to fucking sleep, and I will my head's done, hit the pillow. I'm up early, with tons of energy because we eat enough carbs. If you're not eating enough carbs, we're carb-based humans. Every cell in our body runs off of glucose. We have receptors on our tongues that tell our brain to dump more glucose when we need it. Like, we don't have fat or protein receptors on our tongues. It's sugar, it's glucose. It's the easiest form of energy humans can take in. So if you are sugar phobic and you eat a donut, yeah, you're gonna get hyper for a minute and then pass out because you're already starting from too low. So you're going up into normal and then you're going back down to low again when you're supposed to be staying up at normal by having a normal intake of carbs. That's my weekend of doing it. Allie has way better versions. No, you have nothing to say about
So I will add to this too.
Donut, you're gonna have a crash because it's a bunch of fat too.
Yeah, the fat.
Yeah, I was gonna say these people
is what's gonna
are.
make you.
I mean, she's not a vegan, so I would say that they're talking about this with the understanding we have cholesterol and saturated fat being introduced to your bloodstream.
Yeah.
Which is gonna cut off your ability to absorb the sugar in your bloodstream, and it's just going to linger there, which is, you know, the cause of diabetes and any kind of related things like that.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the fat. These guys try that. Oh, sugar makes your blood thick, and you know, it's like, dude, fat is called fat for a reason. This reversal they've done on us, this inversion of fat is not fat. And you know, it's like clearly Satanism going on. The meat and dairy industry has been taking a loss for the last 10 years. Obviously, the marketers in the meat and dairy industry are going to put more money into advertising, i.e., paying influencers to peddle this eat more meat diet to make up for the losses that they've had this last couple years. So it's clearly evil, evil, evil stuff, lying to someone about diet and lying and telling them to do things that are actually harmful. It's very, very, very evil and satanic behavior. That's, you know, definitely you're going to be incurring a lot. I mean, these influencers are incurring a lot of bad karma doing what they do. And they look like they know it too, because a lot of these guys look like demons when they eat that much meat and steroids and stuff like that. They just start looking like demons, literally looking like demons. Look at Joe Rogan. We were just watching a video of him eating pizza. The dude looks like Jabba the Hutt, yet 9 out of 10 men you come across would love to look just like him for some reason, because we've washed and programmed to chase the false male stereotype body, which requires loads of meat, allegedly. But this clown lady, let's see what clown lady has to say.
So if you're somebody that
coffee's bad,
coffee, maybe it makes you a little bit jittery, maybe you feel not great afterwards, it could be causing a small glucose spike. But there's a really interesting study that completely...
Oh, so it's not the caffeine, it's the glucose spike. Wow, that's a new one. That's causing your anxiety to go up? The sugar spike? Excuse me?
Blew my mind. If you're somebody who drinks coffee in the morning, and if you often wake up feeling a bit tired, which I think most of us do, well, this recent study shows us that
if you're eating the right diet, you don't need coffee. You have energy all day, no matter what, and you don't wake up sleepy. You don't have a hard time going to sleep. You don't get jitters. You don't feel icky. Coffee makes you feel icky. Coffee smells and tastes good when you put a bunch of sugar and chocolate in it, but on its own, it tastes like crap, or, you know, kind of like meat. Tastes like nothing. It's because it's not like we're supposed to be eating things that we can taste, that make us taste, that blow, you know, like you eat a strawberry and it explodes in your brain. These things, you know, forcing the clearly aren't supposed to be, it's a drug. Caffeine's a drug. She's saying it's okay. And she's blaming something that is the cause of a drug on sugar. Sugar's not a drug. This is the new age bullshit, basically, that has left millions of people with autoimmune diseases, going in and out of the doctor, wondering what's going on. I can't fix my health problems. I can't fix them. Meanwhile, they're carb and sugar phobic, or they're vegan and they don't eat any sugar. They just eat they're raw bad raw vegan, not eating. You know, most people when they go vegan, most fad dieters, when they go vegan, they're going vegan for health reasons. Thus, they're going to lower the amount of sugar they intake also when they go vegan, which is not what you're supposed to do. It's the opposite. You're supposed to eat unlimited carbs when you go vegan, unlimited calories from carbs, or else you're going to be, you know, you're eventually going to binge eat, and you'll probably binge eat something with dairy in it. You know, why do you think people are so addicted to dairy? It's wild.
That if you've just had a bad night's sleep and you want to make sure your glucose levels are as steady as possible for the rest of the day, it is much better to drink your coffee after eating breakfast than before eating breakfast.
Oh, thanks, Captain
The study is
Obvious.
called Glucose Control Upon Waking is Unaffected by
Really? Something gets diluted when you eat it when you drink it after? Like, come on, lady, we know this.
hourly sleep fragmentation during the night,
Coffee's stronger before you eat than after? Yeah, duh.
but is impaired by morning caffeinated coffee. And drinking your coffee after breakfast instead of before, if you're
sugar that's
tired and
raising
didn't have a good
anxiety,
night's sleep,
right?
can reduce the glucose spike of your breakfast by up to 50%.
Sugar lowers stress hormones. What's it called? Cortisol. Really lowers, like the low carb diet raises cortisol levels. That raises the stress hormone in your body and kills you eventually. So,
You know that if you have a big spike in the morning, your whole day is going to be a glucose roller coaster. So it's really important in the morning, whenever you
Glucose
can,
roller
to try to
coaster.
keep your glucose levels as steady as possible. So if this is something that's easy for you, highly recommend it. Highly recommend trying it out and see how you feel.
keeping it stable would be staying consistent with eating the right amount of carbs, not robbing yourself of things and throwing coffee in there and trying to figure out what your body's going to do. Like, this is utter ridiculousness. But this is the coffee. All these guys, everyone needs their coffee. And, you know, it's not doing anything but dumping the energy you do have quicker. You aren't getting more energy from it. That's a scam.
Yeah, when we're addicted to coffee and animal fats, we got to find a solution to work around those things.
If you drink coffee in the morning, you're gonna crash in the afternoon. Like, if you don't have coffee anymore, like, and she's blaming it on sugar, or glucose.
That's why I follow up
and
my
an
tea
important
with
note
that
about
big
this study.
smoothie.
Yeah,
Well,
your
guys-
fruit smoothie's killing you, bro. Your fruit smoothie is gonna kill you.
It also showed that your
Unreal.
insulin spikes will be smaller if you drink your coffee after breakfast rather than before. So it's not just a glucose spike.
Or just eat right and not have to glucose spike yourself. This is ridiculous. Like, this is drug mentality. Drug mentality. Like, this is big
Who is this
pharma.
lady?
Take a pill to fix all your problems. Bullshit. Why is she telling people, like, it's normal to drink coffee? Like, it's not. And it's not good for your body. And if you do it your whole life, you will not, things will end well. Not well. Oh my God, I can't get it out. Things won't end well.
Well, I got
And
2
people are like,
cents.
listen. Go, shoot.
Sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you off. But my 2 cents is just yesterday, I took my mom shopping at it was a Costco or Sam's Club, and she was getting coffee, and I told her, "Don't get that shit." And I even Googled it, and 2 cups of coffee double your odds of a heart attack. Double. Like, why would you even want a little bit, So
I don't even want to promote this girl anymore on my show. Like, it's just nonstop BS.
Who is she?
John Bob. Guess who we're gonna watch now, John Bob?
Who?
Who's your
Steak
favorite
and
vegan
butter.
YouTuber? No. Who's your favorite
Tony's
vegan
Bone?
YouTuber? No,
Oh,
who's your
vegan
favorite
YouTuber?
vegan YouTuber?
Oh, John Rose.
No, girl.
Female, fully raw Christina.
That's it? Oh,
No, she's not really
She
my favorite. I
sucks.
don't have a lot of YouTube
He goes,
favorites.
boo.
But that was my guess. You were going to go there because I'm the raw guy. That's what I figured.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, that was Natasha. Never mind. Freely the banana girl. I thought you had mentioned Natasha once. I thought you mentioned Freely once.
No,
you know
I
Freely?
haven't mentioned any of these people. I was just guessing you were going to go with the most famous raw YouTubers. So I just guessed.
So Freely the banana girl is Durian Rider's ex. Or Durian Rider is Freely the banana girl's ex. It's question. I guess Freely got bigger than Durian Rider. She was maybe still be, or she was the biggest vegan YouTuber for a very long time, I believe. You would love her videos, John Bob. She's full nonstop ridicule, talking shit. She'll watch people. She'll do video reviews and just tear them apart. And she's raw. I'm really surprised you've never seen her. But anyway, Steak and Butter Girl, who's a carnivore liar. We're gonna watch this video.
Oh, is this the one with the blood
We're gonna
work?
watch Freely's video on her, and then we're gonna watch her latest video where she looks at her vegan blood work versus her carnivore blood work. Oh, and by the way, we're gonna have Nutrivore on the show soon, and During Rider on the show soon, and Chris Hines is coming back. So we have some cool guests coming up. And hopefully we'll get some of these One Great Work Network vegans up here also. That would be really cool. But anyway, Freely
dog
at the
or
mic.
each. Fake. How does this girl sleep at night? What? Hey, Fruitable. Welcome back to another episode. I've got my old pants on.
John Bob's all, oh,
They are
what
still
the
fitting me,
fuck?
no problem. Fruiting myself as much carbs as I want. Doesn't gain weight on your body. Long term, you're going to slim down, okay? Just remember that. So today's video is Steak and Butter Gal on Instagram. We're going to check out her page again. I have made one video on her already. If you haven't seen, check it out. And I'm still consulting. If you are interested, let me know. I'll put a link in the description below. But anyway, yeah, let's get into it. Let me know how you're going. If you want me
consulting with
to
her, John Bob.
review. And let's go. Let's check out Steak and Butter Gal. Okay, so here we are on and Butter Gal's page. Bella, who claimed a carnivore for 4 years, 4-year carnivore gal, more like a carnival, right? She's putting on a show. It's like a freak show, more like 4-year carnival girl. You know, we can't take this seriously. Who eats bits of cow or bits of animal and butter. That's what she claims, and I'm calling her out 100%. She is full of it. She is not eating this way. She's putting on a show. It's the carnival girl. 100%. She's putting on a show. She's probably being paid by Meat and Dairy because, look, it gets you a lot of attention, doesn't it? You know, look how many views her videos are getting because she is talking about something that is crazy. People are disgusted. They're curious. They're like, what is wrong with this woman, basically, and she's capitalizing on that. I would not put it past her that she is getting sponsored by Meat and Dairy. Would not at all. Gonna have a look at some of this trash. Yes, trash. That's what it is. People like this one, I just, you know, not only the fact that she's eating animals and like trying to make it appealing to other individuals, but just the fact that she is just blatantly lying to people and profiting from lying. Me being an ethical individual on many levels, on all, I'd like to think, find that repulsive. I really, really do.
Disgusting, evil, satanic behavior.
Let's check out something here. Okay, let's check out this one for a start.
Here's what a carnivore couple eats in a typical day.
Oh, gosh. Did you see those two? Anyway, I'm going to turn that music off. For a light lunch, we had some poached eggs with butter. Okay, so they also eat eggs. They claim to not, so I'm just saying, like, it's not just steak and butter for a start. And I believe she also has caffeine, but honestly, she's having heaps of other stuff. She's probably eating pasta at night. This is the level of deception that has taken over social media. That looks disgusting. Well done. Right. Oh, gosh. I mean, like, turning it around like that is not doing anything to make it more appealing, that is for sure.
Flopping
Then
around
we
like
went
a dead body.
to the gym and got in a couch. Sure you did. Well, look, she probably had toast in the background there, and she probably had coffee, you know what I'm saying? So, of course, you can fuel yourself temporarily when you've got carbohydrates in the background and you're having coffee as well. I mean, that doesn't prove anything. Then we went grocery shopping for dinner and got some flanken. Okay, so at this point, so at this point, she's claiming to just add a couple of eggs and some butter. That's it, a couple eggs and butter, and then she's having like what, a bunch of this, even though we don't see her eating it. And then for dessert, For dessert, these people claim to have we had delicious carnivore crisps. Oh, no. They're now turning animals into crisps. Like chips, like you can get
How come vegans turn their food
piece
into
of an animal's butt and turn
stuff
it
that
into a
looks like
crisp.
meat?
Really disturbing. And this guy is just smiling. He's just like, yeah, all the way to the bank. Okay, woo, I will do whatever it takes.
Ew, look at her face.
I will lie, I will cheat, I will deceive, as long as
Look at
it
this
gets me views and it
cannibal.
gets me money and
Cannibal.
oh, just
That's
sad.
what a cannibal looks like.
And exploit
Blech.
innocent animals. One of my least favorite couples on the internet. I'm just over these kind of people that eating meat is not feminine.
Fresh like a
So
brand new
John
whip
Bob, have you noticed?
You do not have to eat like a dog in order to get results. Okay, in order to heal.
Have you noticed in all of these videos so far, you don't see her chew or swallow? Keep that in mind.
And to lose weight and all of those great things. Okay, you can do it on a fruit-based diet, eating as much as you care for, and you can't do it on that diet. It's a lie. Okay, just remember that. So definitely check those out, and you can get them all in a book. Ugh. Hang on. 4 years of eating meat and butter. Regained my cycle. Increased cup size. Boosted libido. Okay, so let's just pretend, right? Let's
Like
pretend that
what's the measure
she's telling the
that you're
truth.
using to come up
Okay,
with these
that
ideas?
eating meat, helped her gain all these things. I'd like to point out that these are all a result of increasing caloric intake. So if you've come from a past of restricting, let's say that she has, where she wasn't eating enough, when she was under eating, and she lost these things. Okay, she lost a bit of weight, increased cup size. That's just fat. Regained the cycle. That can have to do with calories, eating enough calories. Boosted libido, calories. Strong, healthy hair can be calories as well. All right, so there's nothing there saying that you have to eat all this horrible flesh from an animal in order to get these results. But I don't believe her anyway, so there you go. Clear skin, yeah. Yes, if she's been controversial, ate a bit of this butter. Do we even know it's butter? Who knows? Even if it is, it's only one bite,
Could
isn't
be
it?
vegan butter.
And we didn't see her swallow. We did not see her swallow. Let's look at it
swallow.
again. Let's see her bite. Let's call these deceptive people out. Look, bite. No
Gone.
swallow.
No swallow.
No swallow. Nope. Here's another one. 4 years of eating only meat, butter, and eggs. Yeah, the way she spreads it like that is.
Ew, that was gross.
So what healed? Oh, give me a break. Eczema, acne, psoriasis, sugar addiction, brain fog and bloat, depression, anxiety. These people are so dangerous with their lies. They are so dangerous. I would put money on that she is being paid by meat and dairy. I would put money on it because, look, they've got an infinite budget, right? And they know they have to be keeping up with social media. And this is a good...
And what these chicks do, they'll like cook for themselves and their partner, but then they'll show it as just they're eating the whole portion. They won't say that their partner, I'm making all this meat for myself, because they're like, it's this whole weird carnivore trad wife that's like, these chicks are trying to like appeal to all these dudes that are like falling for all this garbage. This girl, look at her mouth. She looks, throw it up. Look at her face, John Bob. Does she not look like she wants to spit that out? She's not you don't see her swallow it ever. She may never swallow any of this. She might spit it all out in the trash because she never shows herself swallowing it. It's just and it's all this piles of stuff, but she's some skinny Asian chick who clearly probably can't eat half of that steak. So it's like, it's all deceptive bullshit.
Yeah, she looks really, really grossed out. I know it's a frozen frame, but
like she's about to throw up. Look at that. She looks like she's going to throw up, and it looks like a gross carcass with its legs spread open on her plate. Like, this is satanic shit, man. Like, this is what Satanism looks like. It doesn't look like death metal bands. It doesn't look like people with face paint worshiping upside down cross with a fire upside down pinnacle. Like, this is all bullshit. This is Satanism. This is crazy, psychotic, crazy shit. Like, peak Satanism.
Good
People
way.
just lying.
You're spot on, dude. Like, there's no way it could be anything but Satanism. It's literally a fucking blood sacrifice. There's literally a victim. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
To actually get to people, because social media, Instagram is, it's the latest thing. This is the way you influence people to buy your product.
So she looks like she's about to
It's just
spit
really
it out.
sad. Really sad that she is actually
Pop it
lying
to
like
her.
this.
Spit that meat out.
No coffee carnivore. Here we go. All right, so she was obviously having
Not eating
caffeine.
Yeah, right.
Does she swallow it? Today is day one of the carnivore. No swallow. Did you see? Always take notice of this lack of swallowing. Zero coffee. Look, she's so addicted to it because these people are so fully addicted to drugs because they're not getting carbohydrates. Makes sense. Well, she is though. She is getting carbohydrates, but maybe she's eating like this for one meal or something. All right, so. Oh yeah, sure you're having that much butter. Yeah, no swallowing again.
No
Yeah,
swallow.
We saw that. After 4 years of
I'm an
carnivore diet
Asian
coffee.
chick who likes meat, and I'm just gonna capitalize off of it.
These
Like,
people
why'd you
need,
have to go to the gym to
need
do
coffee.
that?
She'll be back on it before
Buy
you
a
know it.
kettlebell.
Because there's just no carbohydrate coming in. See, it's really hard to
Yeah,
talk
she
about
looks
these videos
tired.
because I don't believe she's doing it. But I also have to speak in a way that she is. I'm kind of in the middle.
Looks tired.
Yeah, you started getting a pounding headache. Why? I don't get a pounding headache at 4 o'clock. I don't have any desire for caffeine. I haven't had a coffee in over 16 years. Like, why don't I get a pounding headache? Any withdrawals from, it's purely glucose, fructose deficiency. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Yeah, sure you ate 2 of them.
Yeah, see, she's saying she ate both of those, which is horse
gross.
shit. Everything's just a photo op. No swallow.
Again, no swallow. There you go.
First day in Costa Rica, and here's what I ate. Tons of delicious steak with Kelly Hogan, soft-boiled
go
eggs
to
cooked
a
by
third world
Maria
country
Emmerich,
and start
local
eating up
Costa
their
Rican
meat.
butter,
That's probably
and
not
it
the
was
best idea.
delicious. I actually
Look, butter tastes like nothing unless you put salt on it. Okay, they're just having this very salty, fatty
delicious. The salt is
thing to eat.
had 5 plates of these steaks, plus a crunchy, fatty carnivore bar to end my long day.
Oh, yuck. That looks terrible.
Did
Look
that?
at that. They couldn't even make the carnivore bar look tasty. It just looks like off flesh.
Of filming.
Oh, gross.
And connecting.
Oh, that looked like a very bowel clogging day, didn't it? Very constipating.
Like, could you imagine the keto crotch, bro? Could you imagine the keto crotch on this girl?
Yes. Constipation has entered the chat. Reality, cutting out fiber and eating more fat smoothers. It's not the smoothest. It's like an oil slick, sister. You don't want an oil slick for a bowel movement, okay? Fiber is the thing that bulks it out and doesn't make it all greasy like that. It makes it all fluffy and awesome.
Eat more fat.
And she's
so your
talking
poop
about,
is
oh,
smooth.
just an oil slick.
By this dumbass.
Again, did not swallow.
No swallow.
Fake.
No swallow.
Fake.
Yeah. Just spitting it out.
I hate to say it, but her skin
How
looks
does this
too
girl
healthy
sleep at night?
for
I just-
her. I think she's probably
This one's
like
like
a
2.4
closet
million
vegan.
views.
Yeah.
Here's what I eat as a high-fat 4-year carnivore gal. I syrup
Now it's a high-fat carnivore girl.
High-fat.
That's all you can be if you're eating flesh and secretion from animals. I sear up a bunch of fatty steaks and I soft boil some eggs. Just the controversy she's trying to go for is like super high. Ugh, it doesn't look good. Like she's trying. It's like she thinks that looks delicious. Okay, so that's all she's claiming to eat. Lying.
So she's
lying
obviously
yet
full
again.
of shit. just lying all day, doesn't eat all that stuff, isn't even swallowing it. Like you said, could be a vegan for all we know. But she's making
She has
money
nice
off of
skin,
being a
dude.
Asian chick who eats meat. That's all it is. There's no one's learning anything, but no one's learning anything good. No one, it's insane. But so she used to be vegan, she says. And
Why are you muted?
and so yeah.
It's been 5.5 years since I've been on this high-fat, strict carnivore lifestyle. And the most popular question that I get asked every single day is, what is your carnivore blood work? We want to see the results, specifically your cholesterol numbers. So today I'm going to deep dive into my lab work as a carnivore and compare it to when I was on a vegan diet. And I'll be bringing on board-certified family physician, Dr. Tony Hampton, to review my numbers. Before we continue with the video, I just wanted to share that Dr. Tony Hampton is a board-certified family physician, an ex-vegan turned carnivore himself, and also a specialist in diabetes. You all can get a chance to ask your personal carnivore and healing questions to Dr. Tony Hampton
why
when you
would she
join our
announce
next
that
30-day
like
carnivore
anyone
challenge.
cares?
Our monthly guest lineup is always
This isn't a
exceptional. We
challenge.
have Dr. Hampton himself, Dr. Anthony Chafee, Dr. Robert Kiltz, Coach Rebecca Heichman, and the entire team of
doctors.
SBG coaches
Nothing
that
but
you
fake
can learn from
doctors.
throughout the challenge. For more
Chiropractors.
details and to directly sign up,
Mail
just go to
order
the URL
doctors.
shown on the screen, sbgmeetup.com, and I've also linked a clickable link down below in the description box. So I'm here with my amazing carnivore team featuring Dr. Tony Hampton. We have the honor to go through some important carnivore diet lab work, and it's really going to be a masterclass learning how to understand and analyze carnivore diet lab work. So first, Dr. Hampton, welcome. Introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Bella, for the opportunity. The team.
Oh, he's
it's
fabulous.
So important that people understand labs. So the metabolic health doc is here to at least share my perspective. I'm a family doctor in Chicago with training in obesity and
you're
nutrition,
telling
and I
people
try
to eat
to teach the
carnivore, you demon, telling people with families with children to eat carnivore. Wow.
What a sellout piece of
value.
shit.
The two scam artists that invented carnivore aren't even on carnivore anymore and don't recommend it, yet this clown still is. Like, what does that tell you?
What happened to the bulletproof coffee guy? Is he still doing that shit?
I don't know, man. Oh, went to Julia. Oh, she's an actor. Yeah, of course she's an actor. Like, she's a
That
great
makes sense.
actor. Acting like he's eating meat in her videos. But wait till you see her blood work.
In nutrition to heal. So I'm really excited to be here. And a big part of healing is to know where you stand. And the labs provide foundational information that we all should know.
Absolutely. Let's jump right in with two important questions to warm everybody up. What are some potential problems and how doctors convey lab results to patients?
Yeah, I think it's so important that we change the paradigm. Right now, your doctor in a conventional practice will order labs. You get the results, and sometimes you get it nowadays by the electronic medical record, and you don't know what to do with those results. And to be honest with you, they could do a better job of explaining things in that setting. So let's just say you get a high cholesterol or you're anemic. You just end up with a prescription for your cholesterol or some iron, but no explanation of why you have a high cholesterol or why you're anemic. And that's what we need to change. We need to go the diagnosing and managing to a model where we actually understand the root cause. The second part of your question is what's the solution? So I think labs need to look like, I remember when I got my labs from the insurance company, and it seems like the explanation was a little bit better than most of the labs you get from a health system. So number one, can we have better explanations? Number two, can we have doctors and advanced practice clinicians who understand what metabolic labs are, how to order the answer?
I'm actually going to share screen and share my vegan to carnivore cholesterol numbers for you, Dr. H. And if you don't mind providing just some backstory, 6 years now, 5 carnivore.
So the first thing.
So she's not showing her blood work. She's showing a graphic that she made where we have to have faith that she's not lying. We have to trust this girl who we already saw lies in her videos. So she's not even. You're supposed to show your blood work. Cross out your name and any personal information, and show your blood work, your paperwork, what year, what time. And the other thing is, one instance of blood work doesn't show shit. Like, you have to take blood work for a long time. The numbers are moving all the time. So like a snapshot of one instance that she got her blood work isn't really anything. But the fact that she made a graphic and isn't showing her actual blood work is quite telling. And right now we have Allie's blood work, who Allie, in my opinion, is a healthy person that I've ever met in my life. So I would look at her blood work as being the bar none standard for a vegan's blood work, and her numbers are amazing. And then this girl's vegan numbers, there's some really weird numbers here. The triglycerides are really high for a vegan, or at least compared to Allie's. So who knows? But this is so subjective. And then just the fact she's like, oh, these are my numbers. Like we're gonna trust her for her numbers.
That people need to understand is that things will be different with different dietary patterns. Let me just explain a little bit about these types of cholesterol. So the LDL cholesterol, which is the so-called bad, is a low-density lipoprotein. So it's actually not a cholesterol. It's actually a carrier of cholesterol. It has a larger proportion of cholesterol to protein, making it less dense. And it basically carries cholesterol to the cells like that mortar. So I don't consider it bad. That's number one. So if I see an elevated LDL, I don't necessarily see it bad if the ratios are okay. So number two, the HDL is the high density lipoprotein, and it has a larger proportion of protein to cholesterol. Thus, they call it high density, and it packages and returns cholesterol to the liver for recycling. And that's why they consider it a good cholesterol. And then finally, the triglycerides, they're really named after, there's 3 fatty acids with a glycerol backbone, thus the name. And it's basically the part of the cholesterol that correlates the most, not the LDL, it's the triglycerides that correlate the most to your risk for heart disease. So if your triglycerides go down, that is a very good sign, especially if your good cholesterol, HDL, goes up. And by the way, in order to reduce your triglycerides, there's only 2 things that have been known to do that very effectively. Number 1, exercise. Number 2, a low-carb diet. And by the way, that triglyceride to HDL ratio that we care about, it tends to improve greatly with this dietary pattern, and it tends to not necessarily do that with the other pattern. So let's just look at it and see the difference. So if we start with the total cholesterol, you see that in the vegan diet, the total cholesterol was a lower number. And then when you go to the carnivore diet, it shoots up, right? And part of that is that with a vegan diet, you're definitely eating less saturated fat and things of that nature. And on the surface, you would say that doesn't sound like a good thing. Well, the reality is it's the ratios that matter. So, and you guys may want to do the math for me today, but the HDL, which is the high density, the good cholesterol, you notice that it went from 73 and it went up to 98. And it doesn't sound like a big rise, but it is so hard to raise that HDL. What's the best way to raise HDL? A low carb diet, which is carnivore as well. So you'll see that rise. So far, if we were to start off, we'll say, okay, I'm not sure.
Low carb diet has been found to raise all-cause mortality quite a bit. So sure, for a short amount of time, that might be good, but not in the long term. You're literally shortening your life on the low carb diet. There's plenty of studies in the last 100 years that show that. So this guy, to raise your HDL, to raise this, it's the funniest thing about these. They say that these numbers, then they say they matter. Like, HDL, it doesn't matter. But then, oh no, it's so important to raise your HDL that you should take on a diet that is known to kill you early. Like, I don't know if that's a really good, toss up there. I don't know. I'd rather
If I
just
should be concerned about this cholesterol if I don't know these things. But I'm certainly happy about this HDL.
do the low carb
And then
thing.
you'll look at the LDL, the low density lipoprotein, which some people consider bad cholesterol. And you'll see that number rise substantially. And we do see this in general. What you should expect if you do low carb keto or carnivore, you may see a slight rise in the LDL, and in some cases even more. We have lean mass hyper responders, people who respond more, and Dave Feltman and others are doing research. So far, the preliminary data suggests that that rise is not of any concern. So we look at the vegan diet, the cholesterol to HDL ratio is 2.4, and it went up to 3.7 with carnivore. But the thing that is really critical and more predictive of a future heart attack is what I mentioned earlier, is the triglycerides. And if you look at her vegan triglycerides, they were at 97, because in that dietary pattern, she wasn't really using triglycerides as a source of fuel.
Allie's triglycerides were like 27. And like I said earlier, she's, in my opinion, the healthiest vegan on the planet. So I don't buy this almost 100 triglycerides number from her. That's obviously something she wasn't doing wrong that has nothing to do with the vegan diet.
Because she was using carbs as her...
Or it's simply a lie. She's just, she made these numbers up herself. We have no proof that these are actually come from a doctor. Like, this is pseudoscience BS.
Fuel source, which allowed the triglycerides to float around.
I'm
and to
sure they
potentially
came
cause
from a
harm in her
doctor.
arteries. It plummeted to 15. So
yeah, right.
That's a huge drop, which proves that she was
No,
using this
I'm
dietary
being
pattern.
serious.
But more
I'm just
importantly,
not sure
it's the
they
ratio
came
that
from a
matters. So if we
test.
were to do the math, we'd say, well, if we divide the triglycerides, and I want you somebody
Yeah,
do
I
that
can
for
do
us.
that.
15
Triglycerides. Okay.
divided by 98.
Got it. 0.15.
Oh my God. That's a good oh my God, by the way.
All right. Okay.
The goal is to be less than 2.0, guys, and we have a 0. And that's one of the lowest I've ever seen. So shout out, blessings there. Let's go back and do the vegan version, just to be fair. And that's going to be 97 divided by 73. So what do we get there?
We have 1.328.
So the good news is not too bad. So, and for all the vegans who are checking us out, that's probably way better than the standard American diet, right?
Mhm.
So that's the good news. The bad news is that it doesn't even compare to the carnivore diet in terms of the beauty of that number. That
Yeah,
my
but that
superstar
number's
lab
BS.
just
Like
got.
I said, Allie's, what was yours, like 30?
Amazing. That's amazing.
Triglycerides.
So let's keep going. The next thing we focus on is our blood sugar. As you know, the A1C is a measure of glycosylation of hemoglobin. Hemoglobin are our red blood cells that help us to carry oxygen, but we can actually glycosylate it, add glucose to the hemoglobin, which will give us an average.
Hemoglobin was
lives
pretty
for about
good.
3 months. So it'll give us about, what's the
Rock
average
solid.
blood sugar over the last 3 months? Yeah. And both of these numbers are not bad. You want to be less than
What was your triglycerides,
5.7. So 5.7 is where borderline diabetes starts.
Let me
but
let me
she
check out
had a
the
vegan
sheet
diet,
real
it
quick.
was under that target at 5.5. However, you'll also notice that that number goes down substantially to 4.7 on the carnivore diet. So what that tells us is that because you're eating foods that don't raise the blood sugar, and the blood sugar is not going to then raise the insulin and cause damage, you are less likely with a 4.7 A1C to not have any consequences of a high blood sugar, including heart disease, stroke, and dementia, and things of that nature. So it's really an impressive drop. And she can't drop too much because the number's already in normal range. So I'm just really impressed with the number.
If you're new to a carnivore lifestyle and you're currently going through symptoms like lower energy, headaches, and muscle cramping, these could all be signs of an electrolyte imbalance.
All right,
And to
so this is July of 2022. And what am I looking for? Triglycerides?
Triglycerides.
79.
Okay, yeah. Again, Allie's were in the 60s.
And then
The pictures are still really high.
this was October 2023, 94.
Yeah, they're going down. That's good.
Yep.
quickly fix it, you can just simply salt all of your meals a little bit more generously. And if that doesn't resolve your issues, it could be very helpful.
So this is low blood sugar is what is making people wake up in the middle of the night and have no energy. And all the carnivore guys are quitting because their testosterone's dropping off. That's why the carnivore diet is dead now. You saw our past video. We went over several of the carnivore influencers are now no longer carnivore and are against it because they're tanking in testosterone. So if this girl doesn't think that her thyroid's fried out of her mind, she's fooling herself. If she is actually eating the way she's claiming she's eating, which I doubt.
I doubt it too. I think she's a closet vegan. You don't get a disgusted look on your face with a piece of meat in your mouth unless if you're vegan. Like a meat eater, wouldn't have wanted to fucking gag that out. She's
And
being
she'd
paid.
show herself swallowing the food. She doesn't even show herself swallowing. She's immediately spitting it out. This is just a job.
Absolutely.
She's paid to be a meat-eating Asian chick. That's all she is. So she has to keep it going. Her career is over if she stops doing this. So it's like, obviously she's gonna lie to keep it going.
And that's like the hip cool thing now, like the trad wife trend.
Yeah, even in the hippie scene, it's cool to be a carnivore. But yeah,
Oh,
this
God.
is straight up just appealing to simps. That's all it is.
The one that I consistently recommend is from this brand called Element, spelled out Element.
Let's go to the B12, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So, B12 is a very important vitamin, and it's important because it's very good. It's really important for energy, and that's why a lot of people who are trying to have more energy,
my
will take a
energy
B
from
complex or get a
B12 and
B12 shot.
meat.
Everybody, obesity clinics think they should get a B12 shot. It's really overrated for that. But at the end of the day, the best sources of B12 actually come from animal protein. Now, most of us who have been plant-based in the past know this.
And where do the animals get
if
it
you are
from?
vegan in particular, which I have been for a while.
He's gonna
you have
lie.
to take a
Watch,
B12
listen.
supplement. It's really more about the bacteria, but at the end of the day, it comes from the bacteria in animals. And
The
so
bacteria
ultimately,
in
don't be surprised
animals?
if you see an improvement.
Liar! Did you just hear
What?
Liar.
Bruh.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
Pants on fire, dude. That's why all these cows are B12 deficient, and the vets have to come in and supplement them.
Because they make their own
Because they're
B12
feeding
from
them a
the
corn
bacteria
and
that's
soy
in their
diet.
bodies. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not eating grass
Give me a
from the
break.
dirt where they would naturally
Look at
get
his
B12.
microaggression after saying it, too. Look at his face after saying it. Look at
Microaggression.
that. Eat meat. Don't be vegan. Eat meat because you don't burden yourself with taking a B12 vitamin. Holy hell, look at this guy. Liars, they're demons. These are demons. These are real demons, people. These people are real demons that are alive that you can go see, that are spreading evil. What else does a demon do?
Yeah, I don't know,
and
but
that's because it's coming from an animal-based diet. And even if you supplement B12, you probably are not getting the amount your body really needs. So, Bella,
Yeah.
so far you're winning the lottery.
Oh, good. And I did want to share
So
that.
far,
when I
your
was
fake
vegan,
numbers are
having
making us
205 of my
happy,
B12, I
'cause
had no period.
we
So
all
I was
sell
on med,
stuff.
and I was suffering with amenorrhea.
And having healthy babies and being a mom has always been one of my biggest dreams. So it was a huge wake-up call when I completely lost my period after being a vegan. It was phenomenal to me that my period came back within 3
Did
months.
you lose your period after going vegan, babe?
Nope. Never did. Not once.
Lies.
Almost 10 years vegan. Never once lost my period.
So
my wife's
that's
got a
probably
lot
has to do with something
healthier.
else.
Less menstrual cramps, like more, you know what I mean? Like she still
let's
has it,
not
but
forget,
it's not as
dude.
hard.
That one of my biggest vegan trolls was this lady, and she had a kid, and the kid's an incubator baby now. And I can't help but think, if you eat meat, nothing but meat when you're pregnant, nonstop meat, your baby's gonna come out kind of retarded, probably.
People are so
Yeah,
stupid.
exactly.
No
She lost
smoking,
her
no
period
meat,
after. What?
no drugs. Hey, the
After not
shooting
having
range I go to
when I
says
only
not to for pregnant women not to go shooting.
Oh, the
Yes,
lead.
maybe it's well.
Oh,
I didn't
I've
they
heard
didn't mention
also
the
the
lead, but
impact. I've
yeah,
heard,
the
yeah,
sound.
the sound can break the umbilical cord or something. I don't know how that's possible. There's a lot of
I guess maybe it's just not worth
guts
risking
down
it.
there. Yeah.
fatty red meat.
A lot of people just cannot believe that you can heal hormones and have, healthy cycles as a young female.
Yeah.
Clearly you can.
But you get all of those hormones
yeah, clearly you
primarily
can.
from cholesterol. Cholesterol converts to estrogen. Even women need testosterone. Cholesterol converts to testosterone. So if you take those things away, now you're at risk for anemia and many other conditions that simply would have been resolved with a
Anemia
steak.
is an iron
And it just
deficiency.
doesn't. It's like it seems like that can't be true, doctor. Why can't I just eat the spinach? Because the spinach has a lot of iron and things like that in it. Well, but it's not bioavailable. There's things called anti-nutrients that will
boys,
literally
one of these
not allow
guys.
those nutrients to be
How's
absorbed.
this?
Only
I wonder what
2%
kind of
of
doctor
iron
this
is
guy
absorbed from
is.
spinach.
He's probably like a
Houston, we have
foot
a
doctor
problem.
or something.
Not to mention the healing
Chiropractor.
potential.
John Bob
that
probably
occurs
knows.
when you
He's
eat
friends with all the
those,
chiropractors.
saturated fats, that beta hydroxybutyrate that you're going to have in your diet will heal your gut so that the tight junctions are tight. And when you're trying to absorb the appropriate things, you can. And when you're not trying to absorb the inappropriate things, you don't. So the benefit
see,
of
she was fruit.
eating the nutrient-rich foods that are
She was a
bioavailable
low
that also
sugar
heal your
vegan
gut
when she was vegan.
is beyond
She avoided fruit, only
belief.
ate
And
tofu.
I had no clue
and vegetables
because they didn't teach me this in medical school.
Maybe this explains why when I am cutting up my steak and eating my steak, I literally tell people this is my medicine. Meat is my medicine. I feel like I'm taking my vitamins as I bite into that steak.
Oh my
Truly.
god!
You mentioned about people getting the B12 shots, and I used to have to get a B12 shot every, I think it was 4 weeks or something like that. I would feel good for that time, and then a couple days later, I'd be right back down in the crapper. And now being carnivore, like I think that's where kind of that limitless energy comes from now. Is
Now
because
she's
my
just
B12
stuck on the
is
crapper.
way off the chart.
Let's race, lady.
She's stuck on the toilet trying to squeeze it out.
B12 or like a higher or more optimal B12.
Yeah, it's actually.
Could you imagine
unbelievable,
running with like
how
nothing but meat in your
important
stomach?
it is to have your levels
Just
normal.
fucking 12 pounds of rotting flesh in your gut.
Going and doing a race, a stomach full of rotting flesh, like it's insane. These people, they're like, oh, I'm a high energy fucking carnivore. And it's like, no, you aren't. I know for a fact.
Show me a carnivore endurance athlete. I want to see it.
No,
They don't exist.
I know. Who is
I
that
could
little
show you a low
Filipino
carb- I
guy
could do-
who's like 80, just completed a triathlon? High carb vegan.
Yeah. There's Chris Froome. So Chris Froome's one of the goats of road cycling, which is one of the hardest sports in the world. Probably the hardest, most dangerous sport in the world. He was the greatest of all time, went low carb, never won a single race since. Now everyone just laughs at him. He's fucking like old and slow, and he's still trying to race professionally as a low carb athlete, and he hasn't won a race since. And like dudes will throw Chris Froome in my face as an example of a low carb athlete, and I throw his record right in their face with the record of when he went low carb and when he started losing, and it's like, okay, like these guys aren't out there drinking oil in their bottles, like they aren't eating meat while they're racing their bikes to get energy. Like they're drinking salt water. That's all it is. And like these people,
they don't have a bottle of milk. They're just riding around with a bottle of milk in Crisco.
Yeah. And like these carnivore dudes will like challenge me to like race, like to go on a hike or to lift some shit, you know. And it's just like, dude, like if like what's his butt? I can't remember his name. Challenged me to run up Mount Whitney, and I'm like, all right, bro. We'll have a camera crew follow you for fucking 2 weeks before ahead of time and watch everything you eat. You get to eat nothing but meat the whole time and on the race, and we'll see who wins. my sugar water versus your meat water. Like,
just
you'll
eat
crash.
marshmallows, just vegan marshmallows
Yeah.
the whole time,
Just nonstop.
and you'll just walk
Poo
them.
marshmallows, brown marshmallows. People are demons, man. This is Satanism at its finest right here. Lying to people and lowering their health. Like, it's absolutely batshit. Like, what do these people say about the other guys that know that there are health problems involved? We've always known there are health problems involved with a low carb diet. But like like Baker and Carnivore MD, like these dudes don't do it anymore, and all these guys are showing their blood work, and their testosterone is tanking. Every single one of them, their testosterone is tanking. Like, why would you want to put yourself on a diet that lowers your testosterone? Like, I don't know. Like,
because meat eaters are
and then
betas.
like, yeah, well,
I've
we
been
need to make
saying
you a
it, man.
T-shirt. We need to sell a John Bob T-shirt that says fucking beta males."
And I just think that
A VGT Live T-shirt that says beta males, and it's John Bob's face. His peak. Look at this guy's
again,
face. Like,
I
this
had
guy
to
doesn't
go
look like he's
to,
having a good time.
I literally had
Like,
to go to get a master's in
You know
nutrition
whose
to learn
face
any
you
of
that
should
look.
use.
And-
Did you just
and-
see the look he was making? He was making the liar's look. That like dog face. Like, it's like these guys don't want to be doing this. He knows it's wrong, but he's being paid. And that's what, like, yeah, I mean, that's what all these these people that are lying to make money, and they know the truth. Like, they're not nescient of the evil that they're spreading. And you could just see it on their faces. They try and hide it with this commercial. Oh, I'm doing this. I'm this influencer. But then you're sitting here watching these people interview, and they're just like, they're like going through the motion. This guy's making, when he lies, he's making, every time this guy has lied, he made a microaggression, which means he doesn't like that he's lying, and he's having to lie, and then he's making the liar dog face here. The face that it's either when you're lying or when you got caught with something, you'll make the dog face. These are like, you know.
Yeah, I noticed
he's
he's like puckering his lips up a lot.
Yeah. So
All
it's
right,
like you can
guys.
see what the people are thinking. Are you out of here, John Bob?
I'm out of here. It's late.
Peace.
Have a good
dude.
night, guys.
Later, John Bob.
Later, dude.
Just referring to my nutrition colleagues was just not enough, right? So if I don't have enough B12 in my diet, well, it's going to affect, I'm going to be tired, right? Because our adrenal glands
Like,
actually
did we
depend
really
on
need
that
a
nutrient.
doctor to
I'm
come
gonna
up and
be
say all this
anemic.
stuff? This is everybody knows all these stupid these one-liner facts. It's kind of ridiculous.
I think there's different types of anemias. You have iron deficiency, but you also have anemias called pernicious anemia and megaloblastic anemias. And if you don't have B12 in your body, we're going to have an issue with that. And so that's not good.
Yeah.
B12 is also
meat. When you cook meat, it kills the B12 in it. The B12 is shot into the cow because the cows are deficient in it, and so are most meat eaters because the B12 actually gets destroyed in the cooking process. That's why all the carnivores say to eat it raw. It's gross. It's really gross. Google eating raw meat a good idea. There's lots of prions you can get. that are these. There's parasites, and there's also these prion things that are really scary sounding. That eat your brain. Is that what they do? Oh, they come from brains. But yeah, beef prions make people go crazy. Lots of famous people have died from meat from beef prions. It's very real. And people just croak from it all the time, and no one thinks anything of it because it's just like, well, they had a bad diet, but they don't look into it. And it's from eating meat. We're not supposed to be eating meat. We have the ability to eat meat, but like dude said earlier, we're designed to eat vegetables. So eating too much meat is clearly detrimental to our health. 200 years of meta science backing that up, compared to this is their science here. Getting some clown who is down to make money that's a doctor to come on a show and lie about stuff.
Important when you think about enzymes, even your
this is their science. It's bro science.
DNA, when you're trying to keep it healthy, your hormones, they all require B12. So, but the thing I think about in clinic on a more practical level is our nervous system, because when I have a person coming in with neuropathy and they're trying to do a lower carb diet,
he's getting more fabulous
but they're having symptoms, I have to hit them with some B vitamins, because the B vitamins, in particular B12 and B6, are going to help heal our nervous system. So, and what people find when those levels get back up, speaking to what you just stated, their energy level is higher. Their mood is better, and they feel less depressed. They also, because they're less depressed, probably just feel less stressed. So they really do really well with their energy level, their mood, and all of those nerves that tend to need that B12 to be effective. So that's kind of what comes to mind. And I'm just, again, these are the things that happen that people are not, they don't sign up for this. They're just trying not to have diabetes. They're just trying to do better with their blood pressure. Or they have some condition like lupus, and they heard that a carnivore diet was good for their autoimmunity. And then all of a sudden, all of this other stuff gets better. And they're like, oh my God. In fact, when I was on the low carb cruise, shout out to Scott, who was my table mate. You sit at the same table, right? Shout out to Scott and his wife. And he had a page full of things that got better doing this dietary pattern. A page. He'll probably be a future guest on my podcast. I couldn't believe the list. And he literally he would have conversations with people, and they'd mention something. He'd be like, oh my God, I don't have that anymore. And he wasn't even aware. He just healed. So people who haven't tried this, they have no clue what they're missing.
Good Lord. Gobbledygook. You still there, Devin?
I'm here.
I think we're gonna watch the rest of this the Arith Härger.
Yeah.
No, that was Irish. That was Scottish, I mean. This dude's a beast. This is a really, really good video.
We should be on the One Great Work Network.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask this guy if I can put this video on my channel, because this is a really good video, and we're only halfway through it. So I think we're gonna play it out. Yeah.
For pure personal
Well, I'm
pleasure,
gonna have to call it a
it's not
night
a question
here.
of being good or evil.
All right, homie.
It's a question of
Catch you later.
choosing the best way possible.
Catch you later, bro.
Healing. But in terms of, and therefore there's communication between persons. In animism, plants are engaged with as powerful persons, some of whom, just like animals, have their lives taken or parts of themselves for the benefit of other persons. Not necessarily only human persons, but other persons of the world. Now, the question here is, if plants are persons and we eat them, does that make us cannibals? Well, yes and no. This depends very much on the relationship we create with plants, which may not be as strong as the relationship we create with animals. For instance, the engagement with plant persons may be solely to use the plant merely as a consumable, not creating relationship, but simply engagement to acquire a beneficial aspect of the plant that becomes stronger precisely by the engagement we have with the plant. I'm saying plants, but this can also serve for types of psychotropic mushrooms. The entire engagement with certain psychotropic mushrooms and plants is to create a connection through ritual and ceremony, carrying out prayers and invocations towards the spirit of such consumables. And it is by that engagement that the powers of the consumables remain more active, and in this way certain mushrooms and plants are only to facilitate communication with others, especially to facilitate communication with a wider community of life. Let's take the example of tobacco, or better still, ayahuasca, since it has become such a famous consumable with hallucinogenic properties. Certainly, there's a certain level of influence upon one's mind when consuming it. It is inevitable due to its hallucinogenic properties. However, if you do not know how to communicate with the spirit or spirits of the plant that is used to make ayahuasca, the results will not be as strong because a previous relationship with the spirit of the plant wasn't created to allow the plant to retain its power and the very spirit aid you in the intended purpose upon consuming ayahuasca. We return to what I've said previously and the engagement with the spirit of the plant in order for the plant to retain the components that one wants to obtain. A plant used for healing by itself has some effects. However, the shaman will not simply use the plant for healing purposes, but also seeking out its spirit to bargain with it, ask for permission to aid in the process of healing. It's not just the natural components of the plant, but also trying to involve the very spirit of the plant in the process of healing to better conduct all the nutrients towards the healing process in order to successfully administrate healing. But in terms of a diet, this is quite different from eating an animal, obviously. Even though animals and plants both have personhood, let's be realistic and sensible about these things. As I said before, an animal in its corporeal constitution has a nervous system developed in a way that is capable of feeling and have more complex sentiments and sensations, while a plant does not. A plant may contain a spirit, may contain certain levels or a degree of consciousness, but its corporeal existence, its physical existence, doesn't have a nervous system developed in a way that can feel pain or indeed be self-aware to the point of feeling pain and screaming and feeling anything when the plant is eaten. Certainly, you can kill an animal and eat the animal, but should you, when there are other alternatives that do not suffer and do not feel pain? If the intention is purely nutrition, there are over 5,000 plants that will give you the same and even more and better nutrition than the animals people usually consume. Over 5,000 plant persons that are not self-aware and do not feel pain and do not feel suffering and can be consumed, thus avoiding suffering, illness, damage, harm and death. Again, the point here is minimizing as much harm and damage as possible whenever it is possible, being conscious about our attitudes. Certainly, other animals eat other animals, but we as humans, are we not humans after all with a different biology and a corporeal form? A lion eats meat, but the lion has no other choice because the digestive system of a lion is quite different than that of a human, and it is built to eat meat, and there's no other choice. And even a lion, having no other choice but to eat meat, can still show signs of respect, empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another and avoid certain kills, as it has been documented many times. The human being, on the other hand, has a very different digestive system than that of a lion, which is actually built to be more predisposed towards a plant-based diet because we have evolved towards that. We can eat meat, but should we, or must we, when we have other choices and our system is built to be able to eat plants? Again, the lion has no other choice, and its system is built only to eat meat. But the humans are built to be able to eat plants. We have a choice, and we can survive and live well and healthy with a plant-based diet. Why should we choose to ignore a clear blessing of having a choice when other animals simply have no choice? Humans are actually lucky and fortunate as sentient beings because we can literally choose to have a diet free from causing harm, death and cruelty and to other persons who want to live, freeing us from a sense of guilt, shame and profound misery by killing another person to consume that person. It would be hard for us if we had no other choice, but we have. Again, it's no coincidence that indigenous animistic peoples are more predisposed to have a plant-based diet when they live in conditions that allows them to have that choice, and they go for that choice rather than killing and eating persons of the world. Which is also why in environments that do not allow a plant-based diet, there's no other choice for the human but to hunt, kill and eat the flesh of another person of the world. But in such human cultures, there's a stronger and more developed sign of respect and mourning towards the person that was killed, and the greater development in ceremonies and rituals towards the person that was killed for the consumption and survival of the community. There's naturally guilt, regret, pain, sorrow for the killing of another life. And this is the basis of animism and veganism for that matter, which in fact the latter sprouts from animism. The basis, the very foundations, is precisely minimizing harm, damage, illness and death as much as possible whenever it is possible. So, if we have better choices that certainly mitigate more negative aspects of life, why not choose them if it's there for us as alternatives? Let me put it this way. The house is on fire. Will you first save the cat or the house plant? Deep down you know the choice that will minimize as much damage and harm as possible. Some persons of the world have no choice, but we humans have. Between species we are built differently, but we, as humans, have clear choices, and some are better to mitigate the more cruel aspects of life. So why not go for those choices instead of simply remain on a path of selfishness for pure personal pleasure? It's not a question of being good or evil. It's a question of choosing the best way possible to minimize all the damage, harm and death as much as possible. It's certainly very, very different, even in terms of animism, eating animal persons from eating plant persons. Even a child knows this. So many arguments against veganism is simply playing the fool on purpose for the sake of not doing the minimum effort or no effort at all to change towards a better outcome. Therefore, being selfish and only focusing on the illusion that one has rights over other lives instead of focusing on the obligations one has towards life and the preservation of life. We jump now to cannibalism in animism. If we understand personhood in animals and plants, and if we eat such persons, what exactly prevents us from eating human persons if they are also persons? How do we know if it's wrong or right to eat another human if the human is as much a person as any other living being? And why do we choose to eat certain persons and not others? Why some people eat a dog and others find it absolutely horrific, such an action? And why some eat a cow and others find it equally horrifying and even absolutely unholy? Persons are persons, so why aren't we eating human persons as well if we assume that we should eat meat? There's a thing called moral principles, which simply doesn't spontaneously burst out of thin air. It comes from something else. There's another important factor that is inherent in all living beings, and that is the capacity to relate. And when we relate, we find common grounds and astonishing similarities, and we build and develop the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Therefore, we start to relate to their feelings and sensations, and we are able to distinguish what are the wrong and right attitudes to have. Because if we know stabbing or burning our flesh hurts, others will feel the same way. If we know we want to live and don't want to be killed, others will feel the same way. This is called empathy. And this is what prevents us from doing even more harm to other living beings. Of course, this is extended or augmented or diminished according to the society we live in and which lives we relate to, and our perceptions of the worthiness of life, as well as how and why we distinguish animality and humanity, which are in fact relative points of view, depending on the culture we are inserted in. We are cultural products, of course, but are we not more than that? Are we not sentient beings capable of relational thoughts as well? Are we simply going to be products of a culture and products of a time period, or are we going to accept humanity and its cognitive capacities and start thinking for ourselves and refuse to be products and start building our own unique personalities and individualities? We don't have to be products of a society just to fit in and be accepted. There are plenty of choices that give us the opportunity to be better than what a specific society, culture and time demands of us, just to place us neatly in a shelf. The truth is, more often than not, we only eat what we eat due to culture, because virtually almost everything is edible, and we only make distinctions in what we should or shouldn't eat due to culture, turning physically edible persons into culturally inedible persons. But should we limit our actions to simply fit and follow culture, or should we think beyond culture and think about who we consume? This is the reason we humans do not eat humans, because it has been established that it is culturally inappropriate and goes against the moral principles of culture, because we relate to beings that are of our own species. So we understand them and we know the feelings behind each mind similar to ours. We better relate to those who look like us in their corporeal existence, which is why it gets easy or easier to eat those that do not look like us. And indeed, it even becomes easy to have very pejorative and intolerant attitudes towards those that, even though are from the same species, they are not quite like us. In some aspect, we do not comprehend, or simply we do not accept because we can't relate, lessening our capacity to be rational. So, perhaps by now you understand that I am not using the term cannibalism in its shallow understanding of simply eating a human, but rather on a broader understanding of the term related to culture. Cannibalism is wrong. Most cultures have established that. Cannibalism is taboo. It goes against nature. As such, cannibalism came to determine the ultimate savagery a human being can inflict. A cannibal is often ostracized, and if caught in the act, can be imprisoned or killed, because culturally, the cannibal is not like us. It is the other, someone we cannot relate to, because it goes against the moral principles we have established and demonstrates savagery, therefore cannot belong within the community. Cannibals are those we want to destroy because they express inhumanity. Therefore, they are not us, and we ought to destroy them, or at the very least imprison them or cast them away, because they define the end of a culture and go beyond that which is forbidden. Therefore, they are anti-culture. This is why cannibalism is forbidden, because it is inhumane. So why are we cannibals towards animals who are also persons? Why do we eat them if it is inhumane? Some people could argue that there are ways around this and we can kill an animal person in humane ways. But notice how that sounds. Killing in humane ways. Let's ask ourselves this question. We are human beings. Can we kill a human in a humane way? Can we kill a person in a humane way? There's no such thing as killing in humane ways, because the act of killing and consuming the flesh of a person is inhumane. Is there a humane way to kill a human who doesn't want to die and just wants to live its life? No, of course not. Of course there isn't. Killing a life that doesn't want to be killed is already inhumane. So the same thing is applied to killing animal persons. As much as we try to find a humane way to kill an animal person, it will always be inhumane, because we are taking the life of a being that wants to live. To eat a person is to cease being a person. Therefore, you become the cannibal. As such, you are inhumane. You become the representation of ultimate savagery, and so you become the other, the anti-culture, because you are not able to relate, and others do not relate with you. However, the existence of cannibalism is precisely one of the things that helps us to be human and be better humans. Animals, being persons, if we eat persons, it suggests that eating human persons is also acceptable. In a society that isn't able to relate to a person and eats that person, it demonstrates that there are more arguments and reasons in favor of being cannibal and eating humans than not. Whereas, if you have a plant-based diet, you avoid becoming cannibal. Again, plants are persons too, but let us be rational here. A plant isn't a sentient being, and the capacity to relate to a plant person is less strong than relating to an animal person. Because animals are sentient like us, humans, and are able to relate with us, and we with them, because the physical structure has a nervous system that gives the ability for that life form to be self-aware and capable of feeling and have rational thoughts, and like us, also able to create communities and culture. Both animals and plants have spirit and consciousness, but plants are not sentient, and the spirit of the plant is not inhabiting a body that gives such spirit the ability to be self-aware and the ability to feel pain. And more often than not, in the case previously discussed, the contact with the spirit of a plant is often through the ingestion of that plant. While with the spirit of an animal, we can relate to it and contact with it simply by exchanging forms of communication with them that are simpler than those we might try with plants. This isn't even science and or religion. This is just common sense. Still, the problem remains towards animal persons and the case of eating them, turning us into cannibals. In animistic societies, even those that eat animals, largely not as often as civilizations who depend so much on meat industry, such animistic societies considered a problem eating animals, and when presented with the alternative of not killing and eating animals, they will take that alternative to avoid the problems of eating animals, who, after all, are not only seen as persons, but in many animistic societies, animals are seen as humans as well, because it depends very much on the perspective, and it's a relative perspective. Some animistic societies do not make a distinction or distinctions between animality and humanity due to relation. An animal might see itself as human, and a human might see itself as an animal. And through the relation between human and animal, a human may not feel more human or more animal, but simply understand that it is a person just like the person they are relating with. You see, animism has been often considered to be childish and irrational and unrealistic, but as you can see, it is highly complex and pushes people further into a broader scenery where problems of a society are augmented, extended, which forces people to find more and new ways to better ourselves, to be better humans, to be better persons of the world. This is why non-animistic societies conduct their actions towards an illusion of rights they think they have over someone else's life, while animistic societies focus on the obligations towards life and how better to minimize all the harm and damage, and illness and death. Animism is highly rational. And in my opinion, animism is the natural way of a human being to see the world, instead of hiding from the real problems that no matter what, they will still be there, waiting to be fixed, to challenge us to become better. So, of course, animism is quite difficult to deal with and even understand in some societies after centuries of denying the natural world and the position of the human being in the great cycle of life. As in such societies, it has been created a sense that the human being is superior as it was made in the image of a god, and therefore all other life forms must be subjected to the will of the human being and are here to serve the human being. Animism simply destroys all that view. And people are naturally drawn to animism because people are rational beings and have the capacity to relate. And by relating to others, we understand that no life form is above another. And the problems must be fixed by actually focusing on the problems and try to find ways to fix them as much as possible instead of going around them. We have to take into consideration types of cannibalism when there's no other choice, or rather, when the only choice available is either resort to cannibalism or die. Throughout history, we have accidents like shipwrecks, and people are stranded on a place without any food resources and have to resort to eating their dead companions, or a city under siege and all the food resources have been spent, and the ultimate means of sustenance to carry on living is to eat the dead, or times of great famine. In European history, the Great Famine of the 19th century has forcibly created many cannibals all across Europe and Northern Asia. The great majority of these cases of cannibalism are not of humans that kill other humans in order to eat their flesh, but instead they wait for someone's death to eat their flesh because there's no other choice. Most of these cannibals, if they survive, later on show signs of remorse, shame, are clearly traumatized. And it is highly unlikely that they will become or continue to be cannibals when given other choices. The same thing is applied to those who kill and consume animals in animistic societies, although there are few exceptions, of course, such as consuming the flesh of an animal through ritual in order to receive the power of the animal or to propitiate something beneficial to the human community by the consumption of an animal other than simply for sustenance. But in the great majority of cases, the killing of an animal for sustenance is when there's no other choice available in terms of sustenance, because if other means of consumption are available that permit the human person to avoid killing another person of the world, that means of consumption is taken. Not only that, but the killing of an animal is often reserved to a specific group of the community, the hunters. Within most indigenous animistic societies, not everyone is permitted or even allowed to hunt. And so it is only the hunter that faces the problem of breaking taboo, thus minimizing culpability and shame and remorse within the community. The hunter is often conducted to the killing of an animal by the spiritual leader, the shaman, who seeks out either the spirit of the animal that is to be killed or bargains with more powerful other than human or more than human persons that govern over a territory or animals to send forth an animal willing to be sacrificed for the survival of the human persons. There's a conduct. There are a series of ceremonial and ritualistic steps because taking the life of a person isn't something positive to be glad about. There's often a ceremony towards the carcass or the bones of the chosen animal for the slaughter, not only as a sign of respect and gratitude for the sacrifice that led to the survival of the human community, but also often to avoid the spirit of the animal from being angry and seek revenge upon those who have killed him. And many hunting performances and even the extraction of meat on the spot lead to a series of behaviors from the part of the humans to try to deceive the spirit of the animal killed to avoid its wrath and taking revenge, such as the hunter dressing as another animal or imitating behaviors of various animals while extracting the meat, to make believe that the animal has been killed and being feasted upon by other animals and not by the humans. Spirits get angry for their untimely death or for having been killed when they wanted to live. And some may seek revenge or find revenge through more powerful spirits. So there are a series of activities to go around the taboo and to avoid a greater evil and greater damage and greater harm from the damage and harm that has already been done by killing an animal. But I'm not going to deal with death and hunting in animism on today's video. That stays for a future video, or we would be here for another hour. So again, it's no coincidence that veganism is more active in animistic communities, because when that choice is presented, it is taken, as it saves the human persons from remorse, culpability and trauma, and even saving from future harm caused by angry spirits and from the anger of other than human and more than human persons, such as ancestors, deities and spirits of great power that govern over a specific place, species or activity. The great majority of hunting activities throughout history in practically every civilization and culture that isn't immediately for the consumption of the meat in order to survive, are activities linked to the warrior groups as a form of training and to harden the individual for future battles and to facilitate the killing of another. In many societies, young humans are led or have been led to the killing of a pet dog in order to take the innocence out of them. In medieval Europe, among the knights' caste, boar hunt was training for young warriors to get used to the killing of a life and feeling what it's like to end a life and to penetrate the flesh of a living being and get used to the blood and gore and life being snuffed out forever. Basically, these hunting activities are to introduce humans into violence and normalize violence so they can do and perpetuate such violence. So there it is, again, the killing of an animal is violence, understood as violence, taken as violence to perpetuate savagery within the human community as a means of control of territories and resources between humans. Again, it's clearly for the wrong reasons. And again, these activities are perpetuated due to cultural standards, normalizing violence to the point of becoming tradition, and keep doing wrong because most people are the products of their culture and will seldom think about their actions because it was normalized and it simply feels normal because people have been doing it for centuries. Just because we do something for ages doesn't mean it is right. It just means it has been normalized. The same way a culture feels normal, the killing of a cow, and another culture feels that that attitude is absolutely savage and ignorant, but are okay doing something else that another culture also feels it is wrong. Normalizing something within a culture doesn't mean that it is right. And normalizing violence through the killing of innocent animals for the sake of nothing but to create monsters that are able to break relation with a life form and thus it's easier to take life in sceneries of conflict and war isn't normal either. War isn't normal. War isn't natural. War is a fail in the human cognitive capacities. No other animal on the planet wages war. War is a human thing and it isn't natural. Anyway, returning to cannibalism, you may be thinking, well, certainly some societies have normalized cannibalism even for religious or spiritual purposes. The consumption of their dead as a form of compassion or to facilitate the release of their spirits or to acquire their power or to facilitate the process of transformation so they can be reborn within the community. But all these attitudes do not seek to obtain sustenance or protein. And eating human flesh in such cases is not because human meat is needed for survival or indeed for sustenance, but a cultural aspect. Almost every case, such as these, is the consumption of what is already dead and didn't die by the hands of those who are consuming the flesh, which is the same thing as most of our societies do nowadays. When people consume meat, they are not the ones killing, but are paying for another to kill for them, to avoid having to deal with the problem of the killing of those they can relate with. Not only that, but more often than not, we eat animals because it is a cultural thing, and we have normalized it because we have established that meat is necessary for sustenance when it isn't. In most cases, we only eat animals the same way certain cultures eat their human dead, because of culture and not necessity. But we, as rational beings, are we really going to keep pushing further our heads into the soil and avoid the problem and going around taboo to satiate our pleasure? Or are we going to face the problems and try to find ways and better ways to mitigate the pain, anguish, cruelty and death that is inflicted on thousands of animals on a daily basis and millions of animals every year?
It's pretty whack, bro.
As I pointed out, some forms of cannibalism on human flesh in certain societies is for religious purposes and not because of the need to seek sustenance and protein. The same thing is applied to the consumption of animals. If it's solely for sustenance and protein, it can easily be avoided with a plant-based diet that can also serve the same purpose. giving sustenance and protein, and one avoids destroying a life. If the killing and consumption of an animal is for religious and spiritual purposes, then it's not for survival and it isn't a need, but simply for personal selfish gain, which can also be avoided if the person doesn't conduct a life towards personal gain and to satiate greed, and instead conducts a life focusing on the obligations towards life and not on the rights over another life. And that is not that is no longer cultural, but it depends on each person's consciousness and moral principles. Again, we don't have to be products of our cultures. We can very well think past that and seek to become better individuals. Surely it may have crossed your mind the case of animal sacrifice in past societies for religious and spiritual purposes. All right? But just because our ancestors did it, that doesn't mean they were right and doesn't mean we should continue to do that. In fact, those actions have largely stopped because we have evolved as a society. We also used to sacrifice children by drowning and chopping them up into pieces to give to the gods. And in the great majority of every pocket of modern human societies, this isn't done anymore. We also used to die at the age of 30, even younger than that. But medicine evolved, and so did our daily habits. Things change. Evolution is inevitable, and humanity is ever walking towards a period that can be better than the previous one. Culture changes, culture evolves, and traditions are meant to evolve. There's no need whatsoever to perpetuate certain attitudes that no longer make sense, no longer make any sense. Animism doesn't only force people to think about humanity and our conduct as humans. Animism forces human persons to think about obligations and notions of culture, personhood, animality, humanity, nature, relation, kinship, and so on and so forth. Because reality doesn't revolve around humanity, but it revolves around a great variety of factors that compose life, in which humanity is just one branch. Without animism, we are just considering a branch of an entire tree we choose to ignore, so we may live our lives in a selfish way towards personal greed and enslave and destroy others' lives purely to satiate our pleasure. In terms of cannibalism, we eat who we eat simply because each culture not only has established specific distinctions between animal persons and human persons, but also because the distinctions between food persons and other kinds of persons, or rather what we have established to be culturally edible persons and culturally inedible persons. It's surely a question of points of perspective, which is good because it means such perspectives can be altered and changed if we strive to walk towards a better future where it is possible to minimize even more the damage and harm we cause. Most forms of cannibalism either exist because it's a religious idea, which can be avoided since it's not directed to the need of survival and seek out sustenance. Or it exists as a form of sustenance and survival when there's no other choice, right? But having other choices, better choices, choices that save us from causing harm and damage and from perpetuating and normalizing violence, why not take those choices if they continue to give us what we need the most to continue to be alive? When we eat animal persons, more often than not, we do so because we have established that some persons are food and others are not. And we create clear boundaries in order to avoid relation, to avoid remorse and sorrow. But why do we understand some can be eaten and others can't? There's no natural law that dictates that a life can be killed and eaten and another can't. These boundaries are purely human creations based on perspectives fermented by culture and what a culture thinks to be appropriate to eat or not. It's pure illusion based on the limited relations we want to establish with the persons of the world. What we eat doesn't revolve around a natural law. It revolves around what we have established to be appropriate to eat according to each culture we are inserted in. It is human choice, nothing more. Therefore, each individual has a choice, and what they eat is purely by choice. Therefore, it's up to each individual's consciousness and how each individual wants to deal with responsibilities and obligations towards life. As I said before, veganism leads to animism and animism leads to veganism, precisely because both offer a lot more alternatives to try to solve problems that seem to be unsolvable. But they only seem that way because we often put humanity at the center instead of seeing humanity as a small part of a broader reality where every person of the world can relate, communicate, and therefore each has obligations towards life. Animism, just like veganism, offers alternatives to minimize as much as possible the harm and damage we all do for the simple fact of being alive and trying to continue on living. I think we should live with a conscious mind towards our relation with life and our obligations towards the preservation of life instead of focusing on what or how life can serve us. Alright, my dear friends, I hope you have enjoyed today's video. I hope it was useful. Let me know in the comments. For this one, I will try to answer as much questions as I can. I will even try to take a day off. I'm not promising anything, but I will try to answer your questions and doubts concerning this subject, especially concerning veganism and animism as well, and cannibalism. Anyway, once again, and as always, thank you so much for watching. See you on the next video, and thanks for today. Obrigado por hoje. Farewell.
You're gonna find out that you fuck with. We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. We're not in your fucking meat industry propaganda cult. You're in a fucking cult. I'm not in your cult. You'll find the fuck out, boy. Here's a song for you. You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy. Fucking trash apes.